Good morning, members. Welcome to the November meeting of Economy and Resources Committee. We've a full agenda ahead of us, a number of important reports to consider, which I anticipate we'll get through in our usual efficient manner. I'd like to welcome Councillor Hislop to the committee, incidentally. With that, Claire, can we move to the SEDERUNT and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. 21 members present, no apologies.
Thank you, Claire. We'll move to declarations of interest. I have an interest to declare in item 14, the Town Centre Capital Fund, as my partner is employed by Dumfries and Galloway Small Communities Housing Trust. Are there any other declarations of interest? Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was just to declare in item 16 for the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere. I sit on the board, however, it's a report for noting, so I don't feel that I need to leave the meeting for that. And also on terms of the LDP2 supplementary guidance, I sit on the board of the Southern Upland Partnership also, which on page 39 has put forward a representation. If we're going to discuss individual representations and that one comes forward, then I will remove myself from the meeting. However, I don't feel that my interest is such that I need to leave for the entire item.
Thank you. Henry?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to declare that at item 8 under the Building Standards Review, I am an acting agent, so I've had an ongoing involvement with building control, but I don't think that necessitates me leaving the room.
Okay, thank you. David?
Good morning. I have land mentioned in item 6, so I'll be sitting that one out. However, I don't feel that interest conflicts with any comments I'm likely to make in item 4, so I'll stay in for that one.
Okay, thank you for that. Ivor.
Item 7, the Town Centre Living Fund. I have received funding from that in the past or a similar scheme, so I'm just saying that I have, but I won't be leaving the room for that.
Okay, thank you. Ian?
Thank you, Chair. In regards to item 6, I am involved in one of the projects here, which is Erskine Church. So, because of that, I will leave the room to allow discussion if required. So, as a declarable interest.
Okay, thank you. John Martin.
I think I know the owner of the Erskine Church, but I don't think it's any. I'll not be leaving the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member? Okay, in that case, we'll move to item 3, minute of the meeting of 12th September. Are we content to approve that? Excellent, thank you. Turning then to item 4, LDP2, supplementary guidance and planning guidance, report by Head of Economy and Development. This report advises members of the comments received in response to the consultation on various pieces of supplementary guidance for LDP2 and also seeks approval for public consultation on the supplementary guidance on developer contributions to upgrading the water supply at Gretna. A seminar in October provided members with the opportunity to receive presentations on a range of guidance, and today we're being asked to consider the responses received, which are detailed in Appendix 1, and to adopt both the pieces of supplementary guidance and planning guidance listed. To ensure that we go through this methodically, I would intend to group these items in 4 groups. I'll run through this approach first, and then we'll take general questions, and then go through the 4 groups that I've outlined. So I would propose firstly that we take the 9 pieces of supplementary guidance listed in Table 1, which received no representations to the consultation. That is, the conversion of traditional agricultural steadings, affordable housing, alterations and extensions to houses, and the Whithorn, Kirkcudbright, Gatehouse, Annan and Crichton Conservation Area character appraisals, and finally the open space audit. They've been out to consultation and have received no representations. We'll then move on to the 2 conservation area appraisals for STRANRAER in Dumfries in Table 1. Those were adopted comparatively recently under the original LDP. The proposal is that they are readopted for LDP 2. And then thirdly, move on to the remaining 14 pieces of supplementary guidance, also listed in Appendix 1, also in the Table 1, to which representations have been received. Those are all outlined in Appendix 1. We'll go through those by exception. There are an awful lot of them, so if members have specific items in Appendix 1 in terms of representations received, proposed modifications, or officer response, we will deal with those in turn. Then fourthly, the draft of the revised supplementary guidance for Gretna in terms of developer contributions to upgrading the water supply. That's outlined at Appendix 2. That needs to be issued for public consultation, subject to agreement at today's meeting. That process, believe it or not, covers recommendations 2.1 to 2.5. We'll then finally go through the list of planning guidance in Table 2. That's non-statutory guidance and can simply be adopted without any further formal process. Is that clear? We'll do it one step at a time to be absolutely certain that members know where we are at any given point. At this point, however, if there are any questions on the general report, I'll open that up to members before we go through the items, the groupings of guidance in the order that I've outlined. David, a question?
Yes, thank you. The LDP, at the last moment, had a really good engagement process with councillors, and I said at the time it's a pity that there hadn't been more formal engagement with councillors throughout the LDP process, because councillors have a sort of great level of local knowledge, but are not necessarily proactive in coming forward with it. So the formal engagement is very good. So over the last 2 years, I've asked repeatedly when the actual engagement with councillors concerning the supplementary guidance that took place, and I was always told it's going to be 6 months hence. But eventually we did have a seminar which was a very poor one, actually, and I wasn't the only one who walked out of it, but it failed to have a sort of format. We weren't explaining what the remit was. It descended into the usual parochial chit-chat that we're all prone to. But there wasn't even the text weren't available at the time, so it was, in my opinion, pretty much the worst one I'd ever been at. And I don't know if we can learn lessons, because it will be so long before the next cycle comes round, and who knows if any of us will be here. But that's so I'm disappointed with the way the general approach we've taken to the supplementary guidance as a council team.
Okay, I'll take that to be a statement. Any other questions or points? Ian?
Thank you. So unfortunately I wasn't able to make the seminar, so apologies for that. It would have been worthwhile, certainly, if it could have been there. But I suppose picking up on the point that David's making, what was more in my mind was it does state within this report that actually we can revise these. We can look at these, I think, over say a 6-month process. So I'm thinking of a current situation in the Gretna area, so I know the Vice Chair and Councillor Tate's aware of this, and there's a particular pressure. It's developers' contributions. We made a decision previously, I don't think that's in front of us today when it comes to that, but through the education model, there's a pressure on the primary school there. The growth and the amount of housing units that are being built out, because it's registered social landlords, we may or may not need to adjust that particular approach. What we've taken to there's nil contribution as far as developers' contributions from RSLs. So I just wondered, going back to the points David's making, if we need to react to something because as a council we think, okay, there's been a change of circumstances, or we've become aware of a particular set of circumstances when it comes to supplementary guidance, what's the process and the timelines in regards to doing that?
Okay, so in terms of, I guess, amendments to supplementary guidance in response to changes of circumstance, maybe some clarification on that?
I suppose for members, but the beauty of supplementary guidance is that it can be reviewed within the lifetime of the adopted local development plan. So if there are issues that come forward with our current pieces of supplementary guidance that we need to review, amend, update, we can do that following the formal process. However, supplementary guidance has to have a formal hook within the policy in the local development plan. That's why in front of you today we've also got planning guidance, which allows us to react to situations very quickly, and more quickly than perhaps supplementary guidance. So there are a couple of options open.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I think when you look at the discussion that you had earlier on, the supplementary guidance for vetting a developer will be issued for public consultation, subject to the agreement that was reached at today's meeting. So that particular issue is covered within the report itself.
Okay, David, you want to come back in?
Yeah, sorry for not giving a question the first time. I think my question was, can we increase the formal engagement with councillors to get the benefit of their knowledge the next time we do this? But I have another question. It's engaging with the supplementary guidance a couple of times on planning issues. There's another level, which I can't remember the name of, but I think it's management design practice notes or something like that, which are somewhat obscure but can appear from a drawer. And could they be made more transparent or linked to the supplementary guidance or merged with the supplementary guidance, or could applicants and agents be made more aware of these this tertiary level of guidance?
The development management page, where the development management practice notes are available, there is a link within that page to supplementary guidance. The one in particular, the housing in the countryside one, we have made reference in the supplementary guidance to the existence of a practice note. So where we can link them, we have. Some we can, some we can't, but where we can, we have.
Okay, Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. 3.6, when they're talking about reducing carbon emissions, it states that the reporter recommended a number of changes to be made, but we haven't actually got what his recommendations are. When are we likely to see that, and when's a decision being made on bringing this back to the committee?
Okay, so I see that's coming back to a future meeting, but have we any indication of timescales on that?
Unfortunately, we don't have timescales at the moment for bringing that piece back. It is quite a complicated and challenging piece of supplementary guidance to prepare, and it's one that we'll need to do in conjunction with our colleagues in building standards. So we want to make sure that what we bring in front of members is right, rather than hurrying it and getting something that's essentially not fit for purpose. But the recommendations you referred to was what came through from the examination into the local development plan. So they all came before full council earlier on this year. So what we have to do is then reflect them within the supplementary guidance.
Yes, please.
It's just, I have a concern with the report 8. It talks about the lack of capacity within your department. Is this going to affect the time of bringing this forward to the elected members?
We're trying to prioritise the work that we need to do. We're obviously aware of the council's declared a climate emergency. This piece of work is a kind of key element within that. So we are, the next item that we've got, the next agenda item, is about our team's future work programme. So we will prioritise the work in accordance with general council priorities as well. So we'll bring it back to members as soon as we can.
Okay, members, I'm going to move on to the first of the 4 blocks that I outlined. That is the 9 pieces of supplementary guidance in Table 1, which received no representations from the consultation. Go back through them again, just so everyone's clear what those are. That's the conversion of traditional agricultural steadings, affordable housing, alterations and extensions to dwelling houses, the Whithorn, Kirkcudbright, Gatehouse, Annan and Crichton Conservation Area character appraisals, and the open space audit. Before we agree to adopt these, are there any specific issues or questions or comments members have on any of those 9 items? Noting that they have been out to consultation and received no comments or representations. David?
Affordable housing. Given that social housing associations already receive significant state aid to provide units, I think it skews the market that they are exempt from developer contributions. Is that within our competence to change, and am I the only one who would like to question that today?
you may or may not be the only one that wishes to question it, but actually the issue has been raised specifically with regard to infrastructure in Gretna. I think we have already received an indication that supplementary guidance can be revised within the lifetime of LDP, but happy to get clarification on that.
Thanks, Jay. That was something that would need to be considered under developer contributions rather than the affordable housing policy. Obviously, we have also discussed affordable housing in great detail around their exemptions. The reason being that they are delivering projects that are agreed through the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan. That is contributing to a number of priorities for the Council. In terms of education, it is helping to improve education outcomes in terms of good quality housing, alleviating people from poverty. So there are a number of benefits to the provision of affordable housing. In terms of development viability as well, any additional costs that are brought upon the social landlords would have a significant impact on development viability. And it would be, I would imagine they would be looking to challenge any contributions on that basis, as they're not profit-making organisations like our private developers are in the whole. Again, as iterated, that is something that would need to be considered under developer contributions rather than the affordable housing policy.
Okay, appreciate that.
So as I understand it, we can talk about that later.
Yes, we're going to come on to those. Ian? Okay, if there are no other questions on those first 9, are we content that those are adopted pending the formal process as outlined in the recommendations? Thank you. In that case, we will then move on to the 2 conservation area appraisals, STRANRAER and DUMFRIES. Those are at the bottom of Table 1. They were, as we say, only recently adopted under original LDP. The proposal is that they are simply re-adopted for LDP 2. Are we content to do that? Okay. Right, in that case, we will then move on to 14 pieces of supplementary guidance to which representations were received. These are all listed in Appendix 1. My proposal is that we then go through these by exception rather than page at a time. There's a substantial volume of them. Members have all had sight of these reports. So turning to Appendix 1, are there specific representations, proposed responses or modifications that members wish to question or comment on at this point? David.
Yes, page 39. It's maybe not one for this round, but my own personal opinion would be that the biodiversity could be enhanced with every development. I don't see why it shouldn't be, and then it would be, intrinsic to every planning application each time. I don't think I would overburden anyone to do that. And welcoming on page 49 the dark skies, that's really, really good. That it's not just for the dark skies area that's important, it's where the dark skies, when you're in it, where you look to. I think that's important to bear in mind when we get wind farm applications, which we will get now, those over 150 metres high.
Okay, any further comments on those points? Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just actually in relation to developer contributions, and there's a few from Network Rail there in relation to impacts on public infrastructure, for example. I remember at the seminar we had for elected members, we spoke a little bit about those things which we would consider would sort of trigger a developer contribution, and also the mechanisms that we have in place for being able to actually calculate what a developer contribution might look like. Particularly in relation to infrastructure, health facilities, other facilities in particular areas, and maybe the distance from the development. Now, I appreciate there's work still to be carried out, and a report will come back to a future committee, but it's just really to get, again, a sense on how we could refine that a bit better so we can exact a more precise calculation on how we do developer contributions.
The draft supplementary guidance, where we have been able to provide a more worked up methodology, is set out within the supplementary guidance. We have acknowledged that there are, the actual policy itself has a number of different areas where we would want to be able to secure a contribution where it has an impact on the infrastructure that's there at the moment. However, we do acknowledge that we need to get that right to work out what the mechanism is. We're also very aware about the impact that requesting too much in the way of developer contributions has on the viability of a scheme. It's a piece of, particularly in relation to the Network Rail one, I think we acknowledge in our officer comments in that it's an area of work that we would want to work more with Network Rail on to understand exactly where they're coming from and what it is they would want to see us put into a piece of supplementary guidance. So.
Okay, Stephen, if that's helpful. Dougie? Yep, Karen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just further to the point that Councillor James raised in relation to biodiversity, I wouldn't be comfortable with removing enhance. I think that potentially is tying the Council's hands. In terms of, I don't want to have an extended debate about specific words, but my preference would be that that word would remain so that any contributions emerging from biodiversity can align to our biodiversity strategy. So I prefer it not to be removed.
Okay, thank you for that. David?
Yes, I would like enhance to stay in there, of course. I would like it to apply to every development. Are we now able to talk about developer contributions?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So building on my point before, I listened to the officer who, states the benefits of affordable housing and social house providers being exempt. But I think he said that, the private sphere is for profit. And I would say, yes, it intends to make a profit, but the lack of private development, I would say, indicates that there is a lack of profit out there. And I go back to saying that I think we're skewing the market more and more in lots of ways, not just in the local development plan, towards rented accommodation, which I don't think is the ultimate desire for most of the people in Dumfries and Galloway. So again, I'd like to throw it open to see if there are any other councillors who feel that this is inequitous and skewing the market.
But that would seem to be a policy position that you have. But what change are you suggesting?
That the social housing providers be subject to the same developer contributions as anyone else.
Can you comment on that, Jamie?
Yeah, as I said to Councillor James before, they are a not-for-profit making organisation. The policy in terms of developer contribution does allow private developers to also put forward a case where if they feel that the development wasn't viable for them, including them making a profit on their developments, that can be waived. That is clearly stated in the developer contribution policy. In terms of the benefits of delivering affordable housing for the council, they are numerous. They cover elements such as increased employment, obviously improvements in education, people's health and welfare, but a number of the social landlords are providing low-cost home ownership as well. So they do create a number of different housing opportunities for people of this region to help them get on that property market.
Yeah, I was probably mainly referring to the contribution they have to make to education in an area, because you can have the same piece of land competed on by a social housing provider, and they wouldn't have the burden of having to pay for the education. It just seems skewing the market. But as I say, the LDP is not the only vehicle that we're using to skew the market away from private home and ownership. But I mean, if it's not an issue for anyone else, I think we'll just move on.
Okay, in that case, that is what we shall do, unless anyone wishes to second you. We will move on. Members, any other questions or comments on Appendix 1? Ivor?
Chair, it's just on that one. Is there any way that we can actually put in the supplementary guidance that where there are pressures in schools, we would look to encourage social landlords not to build in those areas, because it's actually falling back to the council to, whether we pay them through the ship to give them more money to come back, or whether we have to build new schools, new infrastructure for pressurised areas. It doesn't seem like planning, it seems like just letting things happen. Planning to me is, if we've got a school that's reduced in numbers, you should be looking to encourage people to actually build in that area. But what we seem to do is close a school, then build houses round about that area. Torthorald, for example, Treggles is another one. We've closed 2 rural schools, we've built houses. We closed Olga, we built houses. Where's the planning in that? And surely our supplementary guidance should be encouraging development in the areas where we have infrastructure, rather than putting them in areas where we've either removed infrastructure or we're placing a burden on the council.
Okay. Would you like to take that, Jamie?
In terms of building affordable housing through the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan, all projects are agreed by members. So where areas that they do not wish to put any new housing, where there is pressurised zones, they can look to either not agree or remove projects from the Strategic Housing Investment Plan. It is the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan, and we are allocating resources to those works. But when we looked at one of the issues in terms of a pressurised school within the region and the actual impact that social housing construction was going to have, it was minimal. The nature of social housing is that people do tend to stay within the same area. They do not move from one area to another. That is the tendance anyway. And looking at one particular site where almost 50 properties were built, the impact on the school was minimal. Most of the residents were already had children at that school, or were going to have children at that school in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Ian?
Thank you, Chair. I remember, I think it was the Housing Committee at the time, putting forward a motion very, very similar to what Councillor James has just put forward. And it was defeated at that point, so we've got a policy in place and we look to take that policy forward. So I agree with some of the terms of what Councillor James is saying, but in front of me today I haven't got the information. That's why I asked the question earlier. I think developers' contributions is something that has to be looked at in the whole, that there's a bigger picture here. I don't understand the cause and effect, so if we were to do just a blanket approach, like David's saying, what effect would that have on the deliverability of affordable housing in Dumfries and Galloway? It would have an effect, because all of a sudden RSLs would have to be paying a contribution towards education and so on and so forth, which they haven't allowed for in the business case. We've agreed them through the SHIP. So because of the cause and effect, I think this is a case in itself that merits further discussion, but I don't think we've got any option other than to agree what's in front of us today. I don't know what the cause and effect is, and there's a risk there from my perspective that would affect it as delivering affordable housing in Dumfries and Galloway, and I wouldn't want to see that on the back of almost a whim. It's not, I know David spoke about this a number of times, and I have myself, but I think it needs a proper discussion on about it before we take that level of decision.
I certainly agree. We must be very cautious about unintended consequences. We decide something that seems to be a good idea here, and it then transpires to have implications on the ground that we might very much have wished not to see happen. I take your point. We should be working on the basis of what we have in front of us at this point. With that in mind, then, are there any other comments or questions on Appendix 1? Stephen?
Yeah, just a quick one. I mean, I think what Councillor Carruthers is talking about is something that would be worthwhile to look at future, but evidently what's in front of us is what we've got to determine. I think as a local authority, we have to bear the brunt of the cost through our capital investment, strategic investment, etc., of the things for which we are saying to developers, yes, you're developing these in line with our priorities, and these are helpful for health, education, all the other reasons that's been outlined by the officer. If we're saying to people, we will support you in doing that by not doing this or by charging that or not charging that, then the burden falls to us to then invest in those areas where we know other people are doing our work for us effectively. So it's up to us as members then to make those strategic decisions to support the developments that we are encouraging to be made. That's all I would say on that.
Thank you for the intervention. Members, if there are no other comments on Appendix 1, are we content to agree? I beg your pardon, Jim, I didn't see you there.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Page 35, it states, it is the Council's intention to update developer contributions supplementary guidance regularly. What is meant by regularly?
Okay, can we clarify that, please?
Thank you for that question. I'd maybe use it as an opportunity to remind members when we first introduced this policy in the supplementary guidance, we had a big long list of schools that required an education contribution, and it even went down to the level of a single house. Now, as that was implemented, we constantly reviewed how that was working and we've refined the policy. Go back to an earlier comment I made at the start, was that the benefit of supplementary guidance and planning guidance is that we can review them and update them, provided they still reflect what's in the main policy in the plan throughout the lifetime of the local development plan. So it gives us the opportunity to make those changes should we feel or members feel that we need to do that. And I think developer contributions is a particular one in point because it is a constantly moving area.
So, Chair, in the future, it should be possible to modify contributions, for instance, to give favourable treatment for railway station infrastructure.
We have to make sure that anything that we introduce in terms of requiring a developer contribution is mentioned within the main policy in the local development plan. So we do have a criteria in there that talks about off-site infrastructure works, including transport infrastructure. So if it was an area that members felt the council wanted to ask for developer contributions for, we could certainly do a piece of work and bring that back for members' consideration or discussion in a future seminar.
Thank you. I think, Chair, it is important to bear in mind we are trying to encourage the use of public transport. At the moment, we give contributions to the road network, but I think public transport also deserves consideration.
Okay, thank you for the comment. David, and then we'll move on.
Sorry to come in the same thing again. It just occurs as an afterthought that given that social housing providers actually sell properties from time to time, has the legality of this unlevel playing field ever been tested? Are we sure we're on solid legal ground here?
Jamie?
Yeah, it's part of a clear Scottish Government policy to encourage low-cost home ownership. While there is a grant subsidy supplied, often there are conditions put on those properties in perpetuity in terms of how they are then sold on. It's very common practice, and the legality is assured.
It wasn't. Yeah, thank you for that. It wasn't exactly my question. I mean, at the moment when a social housing association takes on land, it probably is predominantly for rented accommodation. My point is that we've skewed the market. The third sector competing against the private sector on unfair grounds. Has it ever been legally tested or not? Maybe it hasn't.
Okay, I think we're straying into the areas of political debate and personal opinion on the nature of market forces and state intervention. It's a riveting topic, but we'll go back to Appendix 1. Are members now content to agree? Appendix 1, the proposed modifications and planning responses. Okay. Consequent to that, are we content to remit with powers to Head of Economy and Development to notify Scottish Ministers of Council's intention to adopt these pieces of supplementary guidance listed in Table 1 as supplementary guidance? And then, consequent to that, to adopt the pieces of supplementary guidance listed in Table 1 following completion of the relevant adoption procedures as detailed at paragraph 3.17. Okay. We'll then move on, having dispatched Table 1 and its appendix, to the revised supplementary guidance for Gretna developer contributions to upgrading water supply. That's detailed at Appendix 2. Members, have we any comments or questions on that revised guidance? Vice Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. And it's long overdue, this, I think, because obviously the discussions with Scottish Water in the area about improving infrastructure has been ongoing for many, many years. And if you may remember, back when I think I first became a councillor, there was a £500,000 investment in Gretna, and that was taken up very quickly with people on private boreholes, for instance, rather than actually on the system. With discussion with Scottish Water and the officers, I'm extremely pleased to see this come forward and we can move Gretna on, although we do still have the issue regarding the infrastructure and the amount of people in school and things like that. I think that's a discussion that will happen later on, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other members, questions or comments on Appendix 2? Okay, are we content then to agree the draft developer contributions to upgrade water supply at Gretna supplementary guidance at Appendix 2, and that be issued for 6 weeks public consultation as detailed in paragraph 3.18? Okay, and we then also, consequent to that decision, agree to receive a report back to this committee with the outcome of the public consultation, along with any proposed changes, before considering adopting the developer contributions to upgrade water supply at Gretna supplementary guidance. Okay, so we'll move to the final portion of this report, which is the planning guidance at Table 2. This is non-statutory guidance and can be adopted without further formal process. As I'd said originally, these items were in the previous LDP with the exception of Mid-Steeple Quarter Master Plan, on the basis that Mid-Steeple Quarter did not exist at the time of adopting the previous LDP. Members, have we any questions or comments on the guidance in Table 2? That's from halfway down page 27 to the first half of page 29. Okay, in that case, are we content to adopt the pieces of planning guidance listed in Table 2 as planning guidance to Local Development Plan 2? Thank you very much. Thank you all for your patience and assistance. Move on to item 5, which is LDP 2 Development Plan Scheme. This report sets out an updated development plan scheme for LDP 2 as required by legislation, setting out the programme for preparing and reviewing the local development plan. We've been asked to agree the scheme for publication and distribution to stakeholders. John Doig, yourself, welcome, is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Members, any comments or questions? Okay, in that case, we'll go straight to the recommendations. Are we content to agree the development plan scheme as detailed at the appendix and to its publication and distribution to stakeholders? And at 2, to remit with powers to the Head of Economy and Development to make further minor technical and consequential modifications to the development plan scheme as required to improve presentation and ensure consistency as detailed at paragraph 3.4. Okay, thank you both very much. So, members, item 6 is the Strategic Housing Investment Plan report by Head of Economy and Development. This report seeks members' agreement to include 2 new projects in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan and to the removal of 3 developments now considered undeliverable for affordable housing. An update on the Council's National Housing Trust initiative at the Marchfield site in Dumfries is also set out at section 3.5. And we are also asked to agree representation on the 4 places on the Strategic Housing Forum, including appointment of chair. Jamie Little is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Jamie, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thanks, Chair. Nothing further to add at this stage.
Okay, I'll open this to members' questions and comments. Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report in front of us. I'm always conscious that we use lots of words, and for members of the public it can be quite confusing to follow these reports. And certainly I'm trying to I'm slightly confused by the report as to what the actual budgets are, how much we've allocated, what's left, what we're proposing. And within this report there's no clear tables. So it's just really to find out how much funding is left in this fund, because it says we're asked to agree the allocation, and we're asked to note the amount remaining in 3.3.
Katie, I think that's the next report.
Oh, apologies, Chair.
If you're
Sorry.
referring to the Town Centre Living Fund?
I am. Apologies,
Yeah.
Chair.
I'm
I'll
probably
save
not-
my question for the next one.
Probably not
It's like
moving just
panicking
quite
here.
as quickly as I would like to this morning.
Apologies.
But we'll see if we can accelerate progress a bit. Have we got any questions or comments on item 6, the Strategic Housing Investment Plan? Sean.
Yeah, first of all, welcome this report and previous reports, and I think the list of developments that is included in the appendix is testament to the work that's being done and the amount of affordable rented accommodation we're building right across Dumfries and Galloway. And certainly with regards to one of the proposals for the Erskine Church, if you look at 3.1.2, it certainly is regenerating an empty building potentially, and will contribute towards the sustainability of the town centre, because it sits right in the middle of that and has been subject to a number of representations. And certainly a lot of the sites, certainly within my ward, actually do hit the nail with regards to what the priorities are. So first of all, I'd just like to welcome the report and the update on that. With regards to the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, the recommendation to agree to nominate 4 members, can I nominate Archie Driver as the chair, and also Rob, yourself, to actually sit as 2 members on that?
Okay, thank you, Sean. Any other members? Stephen? And then Ivor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A very welcome report, and actually interesting to see a little bit more detail on the George Street School of Art being included there as one of the named projects. I think that's something that people in Dumfries anyway will certainly notice an improvement should that go ahead successfully. And also just to second Sean, that I think obviously there's 4 members to go forward from this committee. I think it would probably be in keeping with the way it's been done sort of in the past and similar sort of models, that the vice chair would chair the sub, and obviously yourself as chair of this could go on that. And there's 2 other spaces there for the leaders of the other groups, or representatives from the other 2 main groups. I would suggest, if that's amenable to the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Ivor?
Chair, it was with regard to the ones that are to be added in to the SHIP. Based on my question at the last report, is there sufficient capacity within the local schools to accommodate any pressures that may arise from additional children being moved into the area?
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the projects obviously in Dalbeattie, Annan and Dumfries are all in schools that do have capacity, but it should also be taken into account that the developments as they go forward and are actually built, they may not be family homes. The Lincluden Church has been identified as a potential project to assist with the work of the Adult Health and Social Care Partnership in terms of potentially learning disabilities, homes for people with learning disabilities. It's likely that the homes in Erskine Church will be flatted dwellings, predominantly for either younger couples or older couples, and so some of these projects will have no impact whatsoever on the local schools.
Okay, thank you for that. Ronnie?
Yeah, thanks. That's part of my question answered. I was going to ask, what was going in Elizabeth Walk, because it is a derelict area. It's open to vandalism. It's something that's been a thorn in the area's side, if you want, for a long time. So I'm pleased that as I was going to ask, people with learning difficulties, and that's who's going in. That's fine. On the George Street Art School as well, has this been taken into consideration. I know that the school is now no longer going to get, be shut as it was going to go into the academy. So will this have an impact with the, residential, and then you've got a school right next door, then you've got a residential area at the other side of it. Will this complement, if you want, the educational side of it? Will there be money being put into Lawburn as well?
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. As a discussion earlier around developer contributions, as a project that's to be included in, if it is included in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, it would be exempt from developer contributions. It has gained planning permission on the site already, but it is for 9 flatted dwellings, which would predominantly be occupied again by most likely to be young couples, low-cost home ownership properties as well. The Partnership Support for Regeneration scheme aims to provide low-cost home ownership as its main objective. So the impact on the school in terms of Lawburn is likely to be minimal, but Lawburn is not a school that is identified as being at significant pressure in terms of capacity that I'm aware of.
Okay, Ronnie, you want to come back?
Thanks very much for that. It is in the SHIP, and when was that decision taken? Was that decision taken when, with the knowledge that the school was going to close and it was going to go into the academy, or it's now different circumstances?
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. The project is not yet in the SHIP. It's been put forward today to be for members to consider its inclusion in the SHIP. However, it does have planning permission, the building for 9 flatted dwellings in the property.
Okay, Willie?
Thanks, Chair, and likewise to many of the comments. I welcome the paper, and I can think back to years ago when we did have a housing forum, and I don't think it's been in existence for many, many years, and that was bringing all the associations and the private sector together to look at this. I'm conscious of what's being said about schools and housing, and I can think to Laswalt as an example, where the school is almost at capacity, and it's an old building, and quite frankly, it's really requiring a lot of work. But there was a developer there some years ago, but the land is still there. The developer they didn't get the planning permission for the number of houses he wanted to build, but another developer looked at it to scale down. Now, whether that would then the school would be able to take any intake would be a question, or at least how many they could take. So I think there is an issue there in terms of for a forum to look at that and then look at what is needed in the area. Because I'm looking at 3.6.2, and this is my real point, and it says in the last bullet point, facilitate wider public engagement to ensure the housing needs of our local communities are met. And I know in Stranraer, and I don't know about anywhere else, but I believe it would be similar. Then it's the type of properties. It's whether, it's now 3, 4, 5, 6 bedroom houses are needed. And I know you can hardly get the waiting list for 3 bedroom house in Stranraer is just, you wait years and years and years. So I think that we do need some kind of forum to feed in just what type of houses are needed in the wider scale of things. So I welcome the forum, and it's to get that local knowledge built into just not only how many houses are needed, but what types of houses, and the issue of the schools.
Okay, Jamie?
Yes, thanks, Chair. The Strategic Housing Forums is established to develop the local housing strategy. The type of forum that Councillor Scobie is describing there is also in existence. We have an officer forum known as the Development Forum that brings together partners from all the social landlords, council officers, including the education services, to consider any potential new projects that could be included. One of the roles of that development forum is using the information from the Common Housing Register We look to pressurise zones in terms of specific housing need. Often a discussion at the development forum is around the need for larger family homes, and there is proposals currently in a SHIP project in Nursery Avenue in Stranraer to develop a home that will have 8 bedrooms. There has been an identified need there. The social landlords do that at an element of risk, which is to their credit. But where we do identify a particular housing need, we do focus that in relevant projects that we think it can be met.
Okay, thank you for that. Will, you wanted to come back?
Just quickly, Chair, because I recognise what Jamie's saying. Yes, and there is an 8-bedroom house, and the social landlord was able to amend and respond in a positive way. But it's the time that individual and we're not here to discuss the individual. I appreciate that, but I think it's also local members feeding into that forum, and I recognise what Jamie's saying. It's at officer level, and the forum would allow member input, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It's following on from Councillor Marshall's points regarding 3.43 and the inclusion of the Erskine Church in Bank Street and Annan in the SHIP. Just to note that I totally welcome and support this addition. I note that Councillor Crothers has left the room and his involvement in this, and again just to note my appreciation of Councillor Crothers and building craftsmen taking on this project. This building has been derelict in Annan Town Centre for a considerable time. It has put pressures on building control. I'm sure Max McCall will be absolutely delighted to see that this building is moving forward, because I know that he will have had a number of calls over the years, and again it just really shows the worth of the SHIP, and well done.
Thank you, Henry. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll move to the recommendations. So, members, are we content to note the resource planning assumptions allocated to this region from Scottish Government's Affordable Housing Supply Programme outlined at paragraph 3.2.1? 2.2, agree to include the new sites proposed by the Council's Affordable Housing Development Partners in the SHIP. That's at paragraphs 3.4.1 to 3.4.3. And can we then agree to remove the sites deemed as currently undeliverable for affordable housing by Lorburn Housing Association, detailed in paragraph 3.4.4? Okay. And can we note that an updated strategic housing investment plan will be submitted to the Scottish Government? Note the update in relation to the Council's National Housing Trust initiative. That's outlined in paragraph 3.5.1 and 3.5.2. And at 2.6, we have partially nominated, I think, agreed to nominate 4 members from this committee to participate in the Strategic Housing Forum, with one of these members being the chair. So we have a nomination for Archie as chair, and for myself as one of the other members. We require 2 further nominations.
Chair, happy to nominate Councillor Crothers.
Okay, Andrew and then Ronnie. Andrew.
That was to nominate Councillor McComb.
Okay, Ronnie.
I was going to nominate Councillor Scobie.
We now have 5 nominations for 4 places. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, obviously there's 4 places, and we've recently had a paper looking at proportionality, and all that did relate to sort of outside bodies. I'm just wondering, given the paragraph that looks at the history of this under communities, I think it seemed to be 1 member from each of the 4 groupings, if you like, or 4 largest groups, I should say. So is that maybe a way forward, or does it mean we're just going to have to end up having a vote anyway? Don't know, but I'd sort of propose that we go with the 4 largest members from the 4 largest groups, including your chair and vice chair, which takes off 2, and then 1 from the Conservative. That would be Councillor Carruthers as nominated, and then the other one to be decided. But I'm just wondering which group's the largest.
Okay, I think we're probably headed towards a vote. Under any event, Stephen, I'm quite happy to second your proposal. Ronnie?
I'll move that Councillor Scobie is part of that group, and you say.
Happy to second, yeah.
Okay, can we just check what the motion and amendment are, please?
Okay, I've got a motion proposed by.
Just for information,
Pardon me.
does it have to be 4 members? Is there not the possibility of having one from each of the political groups and having 5 members on it? I mean, it's not. Yeah.
It's a good question for the leader, and the more people involved, the better, as far as I'm concerned, regarding the Strategic Housing Forum. If members were agreeable to appoint 5 members, then that would cover everything that's been said.
Well, I see no reason why we should be divided on the matter. Manifestly, people are interested in housing. I think that's a good thing. We should simply proceed on that basis unless there's any fundamental problem with this. I don't believe there is. Malcolm?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That thought just crossed my mind as well. Are we limited to just 4? Just reading the paragraph 3.6.4, it says the Council's representation is proportionate to other stakeholders. Would that have a significant impact on that? Because that seems to be the criteria that's led to us having 4 members.
Okay, Jamie, any advice on that, please?
Thanks, Chair. No, there wouldn't be any impact in terms of the proportionality on the group. The group is established really to help make any updates to the local housing strategy. It isn't a formal group in terms of requirements for representation. There would be no issues between there being 4 or 5 members on the group. It's more that the 4 was custom and practice.
I think where there appears to be absolute flexibility in the matter, I can see no reason why we don't simply appoint 5. I think that would deal with the issue. Stephen?
No, absolutely, and I kind of forgot for a moment that we could actually make up the rules a bit. So on that basis, if it's the Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor McComb, Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Scobie, then that makes eminently more sense. So we're happy to go with that.
Okay, well, in that case, are we agreed on that? Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamie. We'll move on to item 7 this time, Katie. The Town Centre Living Fund. Oh, is Councillor Carruthers still out? Can someone go on? No, here he is. Excellent. Okay, item 7, Town Centre Living Fund report by Head of Economy and Development. This report presents recommendations to allocate funding from the Council's Town Centre Living Fund 2019-20 to bring back into use the long-term empty upper floors of a building in Dumfries Town Centre, supporting the Council's wider regeneration and environmental objectives. Jamie Little is still in his place to respond to any questions members have on the report. Katie, you are clearly had a question,
Chair,
so please carry on.
Yes, it would appear my confusion with the numbers in the report also applied to the agenda item numbers in the papers before, so apologies for that. But yes, basically, going through the report, there's a lot of figures here, and it's actually really rather confusing. So I've got that we allocated £1 million to the fund in April. There was a further allocation of 500k on the 11th of June. There was a further allocation of 12 on the 12th of September of 24,665k. But then there was also an allocation there was 2 different allocations. Can we have a table, please, that just explains exactly what the full fund amount is, what has been allocated and from which fund? Because simply putting that we're asked to note the amount remaining, it's very unclear as to how much have we actually allocated to where and to whom and for what projects. So maybe a briefing note to members would be really useful, because I don't believe that this report is particularly clear in terms of the detail.
I would take it that this is effectively a follow-on from the previous report, which I think detailed quite a bit of that. But maybe if we could arrange for that to be consolidated and issued to all members of the committee, just so they have the full position. Would that be all right, Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to provide a briefing note to all members detailing the allocations. There has been obviously a number of committee decisions made, and prior to this, initially the £1 million allocation was done at Council through the budget setting process. Communities Committee then basically apportioned that £1 million into three separate pots. So £500,000 for town centre sites, £300,000 for empty properties, and £200,000 for below tolerable standard grants across the region, and also agreed the criteria. Further to that, the September meeting of Economy and Resources Committee then made an allocation of the £500,000 town centre sites money, sought the additional allocation of £24,000 to support the oversubscription to that fund, and also allocated £120,000 to a property in Bank Street from the £300,000 empty properties. So in explaining that, I can see that is quite confusing, so I will provide a clear briefing note which sets out, following this committee, all the agreements that have been made, and I'll share that with members.
That would be very helpful.
If I may come back, Chair, can you just confirm then, verbally, 2.2, what is the amount remaining in the Town Centre Living Fund empty properties budget?
Jamie?
£40,000. Sorry, if this is agreed today.
If this is agreed today. Understood. Sean?
Yeah, it was just clarification, Jamie, just with regards to the 200,000 grants. Is that towards like the installation of properties as part of energy agency? Is that the kind of funding you're talking about?
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. The installation of the solid wall insulation scheme Councillor Marshall is referring to is funded through the Home Energy Efficiency Programme for Scotland area-based scheme. That is separate to the below tolerable standard funding. Below tolerable standard is predominantly where there is either structural issues or dampness within a property. It can include some energy efficiency measures, but the large-scale scheme is a separate funding pot, which is also for members of Economy and Resources to agree. The funding has been agreed for this year, and the report on that scheme will be brought back in the new financial year once an allocation is made by the Scottish Government.
Okay. Leader?
Just really to welcome the proposal to help with the Jubilee buildings, because I think that's very much what the fund was intended to do, to help to bring people to live in the town centre. And I am pleased to see that there is a restriction on it to ensure that the flats are actually inhabited. In terms of the type of tenancy, is there any restriction on, for example, that they should be affordable tenancies or affordable rents?
Thanks, Chair. The committee previously agreed that one of the conditions of any funding from the empty properties scheme was that properties were let at an affordable rate. What we've considered that to be is the local housing allowance rate, which is also in keeping with mid-market rent levels, which is between a social rent and a normal market rent level. These are deemed to be affordable.
Okay. Katie, you want to come back in?
Yes, Chair, thank you for letting me come in. It's on a different point that I wanted to raise, and obviously we've got the feasibility study in front of us. Without going into the specific details of that, I'm aware that we did discuss about supplementary guidance and about how our buildings should be fit for the future in terms of carbon output. Is there any guidance for these developments presently? Because obviously we are looking at our new supplementary guidance. Is there anything in place currently, and do we know, is this feasibility, is this going to be a building for the future that can withstand the future climate issues that are coming forward?
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of private rental sector, there is adoption of legislation in terms of the energy efficiency of properties. We will always work with the developer to make sure that they are future-proofing these properties rather than having to revisit them again. While we will obviously require that they meet current legislation, it would be remiss of us to not take any account of the future legislation in terms of energy efficiency. especially given that the increase of energy performance of properties is about to be adopted in the next couple of years in terms of a legislative picture.
Okay, members, we'll go to the recommendations. Are we content at 2.1 to agree the allocation of £140,000 from the 1920 Town Centre Living Fund empty properties budget to Prism Development to enable the redevelopment of the Jubilee building in Dumfries Town Centre? And can we note the amount remaining in Town Centre Living Fund 1920 empty properties budget, which we've been advised is £40,000? And at 2.3, note the full allocation of below tolerable standard budget for 1920 at paragraph 3.1.3. Thank you, Jamie. Item 8 is a Building Standards Review Update Report by Head of Economy and Development. This report provides members with an update on the implementation of the agreed Building Standards Improvement Action Plan, including restructuring of resources and staffing to address current performance. Ongoing engagement with the Scottish Government Building Standards Division is also set out in relation to actions taken and actions planned to make progress on the action plan. This includes an option to secure mutual support from North Lanarkshire Council in the short term to secure necessary capacity until posts are filled. David Sutty and Max McCall are here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to add to the report?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing to update.
Okay, open this to members' comments and questions. Ivor and then Ian.
Chair, it's with regard to paragraph 3.5 and then subsequent 351. It says the sharing of resources. I take it that'll be the fees, and I was just wondering what implication does that have on the budget, and is that implication reflected within item 20, the revenue report, where there's currently 148,000 shortfall in income? I'm saying that, I don't know if it's exactly that figure, but that's what it says for is it economy and planning. And will this add to that shortfall, or has it actually been addressed?
David?
Thank you, Chair. Basically, the latest monitoring information I have for building standards is that it's actually on course. The budget isn't a great problem for the building standards income aspect. It's slightly lower on the planning side, which maybe is what you're referring to. As far as this goes, the discussions we've had with North Lanarkshire Council are on the basis of every application we'd put forward them, 50% would go to them. In fact, information from LABS, which is the Local Authorities Building Standards Scotland, says the cost is actually about 2/3 for the vetting of an application and 1/3 for the inspections. We would continue to do inspections, so a 50-50 split is actually really quite good value to the council. It will have an effect, there's no getting away from that. It would all depend on the number of applications we put up and the value of the applications. We would intend to keep the quick win applications here and the really complicated applications here. So what we would probably be looking at is individual houses as the predominant ones that we would send up the road. But inevitably it will have some budget implication, but I think we really have to do that for the reasons set out in the report.
Okay, Ian?
Thank you. Thanks for the report as well. It's made a lot of interest in reading for myself. So at 3.5, just picking up on a point that Ivor made there. So David's outlined, so we're looking at North Lanarkshire as 50-50 split. I wondered, we did a scrutiny review, when I read this, we did a scrutiny review, it was growing the local economy through the procurement process. I just wondered, had any options been looked at a local level, even potential staff that had left the service and could have added value possibly, or what had that option been looked at, I suppose, was something that came to mind. Steve Rogers and yourself, David, I think, facilitated Councillor Johnston and myself about a year ago now, maybe 15 months, and he took us round it. It was an excellent hour and a half, 2 hours. He made it quite clear, so the building standards, the process, the potential problems and so on and so forth. And that was very, very worthwhile, and it added quite a healthy layer of understanding, certainly to Malcolm was a spokesperson at that particular time, and myself as leader of the group, to understand the problems of what our group that were actually going on within building standards, the difficulties rather than the problems, the difficulties they come up against, and the solutions that were being proposed. So I did think, Chairman, just to put that out there, probably mostly to the members, I think it's possibly worthwhile for the members to get an understanding, or would it be worthwhile, even as a question to them, like a cross-party member short-term working group to go in and look at these over the next, between now and the next cycle of committees when it comes back in January, February, whatever the next committee is, so each group can get a clearer and closer understanding, because we were ultimately the highest performing building standards across UK at one point, and we've dropped significantly since then. We've got a plan in place, we've agreed that, and it's certainly in the face it seems to be working, but I think I'd be very keen to get a clearer understanding, and I think this, being a member of this committee, would certainly, for other members as well, give us a chance to look at that properly. Just as a suggestion to members, but as a second question to Councillor Hislop's question, really, did we look locally, David, in the first instance?
Okay, David.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did, as short answer to that. And initially, that was one of the very first things we did, was we were able to get the services of a recently retired member of staff back in for a temporary basis. And that was really why, as alluded to in the report, the performance actually did go up quite considerably to begin with. Unfortunately, that's no longer an option. They're no longer interested. So our only other options would have to be looking at, as I mentioned in the report, going to a local authority, going to get in private consultants or some other agency staff. We have in the past taken on the occasional external staff. Where it becomes a problem is that there's an element of double handling. They will do the work, but then hand it back to us. So we have to put all that information back into our back office system, which involves an element of double handling. The benefit of taking another local authority, such as North Lanarkshire, that does have the capacity, is that they should be able to get straight into our existing back office system, which is called Uniform, because they use the same system. And provided we can resolve all the technical issues than that, they would be able to work in our back office system, so it wouldn't have any double handling. It's by far the best value mechanism of doing that. And actually, as I explained earlier, the cost would actually be slightly less to us by sharing the fee with a local authority rather than taking an agency staff. So for that reason, that's our preferred option.
Okay, thank you for that. Mark?
Thank you, Chair. It's just in view of what David's just said about, basically we're now going to be incurring a third of the costs. You're getting half the income for some of these fees, which sounds like a deal that's maybe a wee bit too good to be true. But in that case, why don't we do that with all of them?
David?
We do still have a statutory service to actually provide, irrespective of whether or not we were putting these out to a third party, which is something that the planning authority, so like the council as an authority, has to do. So, for example, retaining the register, dealing with buildings, that really needs to be cross-funded by the income. So it is something which otherwise, if all of our statutory service for dealing with the building warrants was put out to a third party, then it would actually cost us a lot more.
Steve, by all means, yes.
That's not switched on. If I could just add a little bit to that. The verification contract that we have, or verification agreement with Scottish Government, is with ourselves to deliver the service. And the reason that we're taking the action that David's been outlining is really to reassure the Scottish Government and the Building Standards Division in particular in relation to that contract, that we have a kind of safety valve that we can switch on and off when there are capacity issues. And that's an important reassurance that they are looking for. In response to the comments that Councillor Johnson has raised, I suspect if we went down the route of outsourcing 100% of applications all the time, then the BSD would take a completely different view of it and would regard us as not meeting the requirements of the verification contract.
Malcolm, you want to come back?
Yeah, so that makes sense as a stopgap measure. So that then leads on to the question of how long is this stopgap going to be enforced?
David?
Obviously, we do have a plan in place to restructure, take in additional staff and turn things around internally. And we need to have that stopgap to allow us to go through that recruitment exercise, which has already started. Our intention is actually to carry on till the end of the financial year and review it at that stage.
Okay. David, you were next.
Once again, it feels like about a year ago when we were assured that the backlog could be handled within existing resources, and I'm wondering what changed. Have we done something wrong as councillors, or was there a surge, an unexpected one in applicants for warrants? Was there unexpected departures? Was that just a misjudgment of the situation? And my second question refers to prioritisation. And if I'm thinking of an application where I was speaking to somebody at the weekend where he's saying that he's waited 3 months to receive a reply, and this is probably going to result in him losing the tenant to a shop. And it could be argued this is a sort of vitally, strategically important thing in a high street that we would expedite that. Now, is it our fault? Do we need to change policy so that you can expedite the priority cases when we feel there's a strategic advantage in something being processed quickly? Or is it not possible to change the queuing order in warrant applications when when necessary?
Okay, Steve, you going to take that one?
Chair, yes, we do have a kind of a prioritisation and fast-track process, and part of the recommendations that came from the external consultants' review of the service was that we really needed to formalise that and restructure into a new shape where we had a fast-track team and a team that dealt with the complex and major proposals. And I think the report that we brought last time around explained how we were going to put that into practice, and we are now taking that forward to implement it. And the reason that we've had to put in place these short-term measures is during that lull between knowing what we want to do and actually implementing it in terms of the additional resources and starting the recruitment processes and so on. So there was always going to be a short-term aspect to the action plan that dealt with as you say, the backlog. But what we're trying to do now is to put in place a longer-term, more sustainable structure within the service that anticipates future demands on it and makes sure that we've got the right structure and the right capacity to deal with those.
David, you want to come
Thank you. So how would a priority case identify itself?
Well, I'm happy to ask Max to deal with an operational matter, but if I could, Chair, perhaps go back to address the comments that the Councillor Carruthers raised about member involvement in this process, and I have to say that I agree with what he had to say about the value of those visits. I think we had a visit from yourself and Councillor Johnson. We also had a visit from the previous chair and vice chair of EEI to the same effect, and I think it was very valuable in terms of bringing members up to speed on some of those operational pressures and issues and pressure points that the staff are facing. So I would very much welcome a repeat of that, with perhaps representation from each of the political groups. If you could liaise with myself to make those arrangements, would happily repeat that visit prior to the next report coming to this committee, and perhaps that might give us the opportunity offline to explain in a little bit more detail some of these operational aspects that Councillor James has raised.
Certainly, I think that would be very helpful, I should say, and I will be happy to take up that offer. Max, to bring you in on the issue of priority cases.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor James. Yeah, we have a triage system in place whereby the applications as they arrive in our system, we basically go through the applications and certain categories of these are actually they're put in the fast track pile. Examples of these are alterations or extensions where there's maybe a disabled person. There's other things like fast track applications that are very, very simple, very straightforward, minor applications. These are taken out of turn because these can be, there's very little work involved in these. These can be churned out fairly quickly. And obviously there's economic, anything that's really got an economic impact, like a new business, creating new employment, we will deal with that as a matter of course. But it depends on the scale of the application. If it's a very sort of low-cost, small alteration, then that's very easy to do. But if it's a major factory, for instance, that's not quite so easy to do because there's a lot of work involved in that. But again, one of the biggest things is actual contact with the actual customer himself. If the customer comes to us and provides us with a specific reason, if it's timescales, there's cost, there's bank loans, just as an example, that sort of thing. We'll deal with each individual case on its merits, and we'll adjust our workload accordingly. But we try to accommodate as best we can.
David, you want to
Last question, if I may. I don't know about the other councillors, but I'm always unsure as to how much, or if we should, or we welcome, is it appropriate to involve ourselves with planning applications, and can we get access that the customer wouldn't necessarily get themselves. But of course, we're talking about warrants today, and could you give me some guidance as to what's appropriate? How should a councillor behave if he or she is approached to help with a warrant that the applicant feels is somehow stagnating?
I would always say I'm not sure that officers should be advising members on appropriate conduct. There are different structures for that. That's a matter for Standards Commission. They will be happy to advise you. You can go to them and ask them what the correct course of action is. Give them a scenario, give them a hypothetical scenario, anonymise a real one. They're always happy to offer advice. I wouldn't want an officer to be getting into that particular area. Okay, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I don't suppose the report really comes as a great surprise to me. I recall as the Vice Chair of the EEI, I did mention many times to the past director, do you have the capacity to deliver from within your various services, and was reassured that there was capacity, and yet this would suggest that there really wasn't capacity. However, what I would like to know, and that is to expand on what David was saying, that you have a plan B in place for the future. Could you elaborate further on what that plan is? Are you looking at the redeployment pool that we have? Are you looking at succession planning, and how will that happen? What's the time scale, and what is the actual cost? Because you were saying that half of the planning application will be going to North Lanark, but what will the actual cost be over the duration of this short-term, well, I'm assuming it's a short-term plan?
Okay, David, you taking those?
Thank you, Chair. A number of points there. The plan is actually attached, obviously, in your papers, which does set out a number of issues. In terms of things such as succession planning, yes, very much so. We're looking at a bit of an issue in terms of the demographics of the existing workforce. We do need to bring in younger people, and what we're looking to do is, particularly two of the inspectors we see as having great potential to go forward to get their qualifications to become surveyors. We're looking at the graduate apprentice as well to come in at that entry level, which is something that the Scottish Government is very keen that we go down that line. So yes, succession planning is very much part of it. The restructuring that Steve just referred to about having it as two separate teams does mean that the quick wins, the straightforward applications can go out the door more quickly, which keeps customers happy. If you've got dedicated people focusing on the complicated applications, then that's, to be honest, that's something which we did about 5 years ago in the planning department, where we separated it into different teams that way as well, which had a very beneficial effect. So it's really rolling forward that side of things. To answer your question about the actual cost, Max did some estimated figures on that, and It depends on the type of applications which we are putting out the door, because the fee is based on the value of the actual development. We estimate round about £3,000 a week we would actually lose in that. So we want to keep this to a minimum for very obvious reasons.
Okay, Andrew, you want to come back?
There was a further point that I meant to add as well, and that was you suggested, or there was a hint, that we may be in breach of contract and may lose the 1 million on verification if we use North Lanark too much.
David?
Certainly there is a contract between Dumfries and Galloway Council and the Scottish Government to deliver as a verification role. We've kept the BSD, as they're called, the Building Standards Division, completely in the loop about this. We have a monthly phone call with them, and they were entirely comfortable about this because they want to see the right outcome for the members of the public. They want to see the faster decisions, so they're quite comfortable with that. It would come as part of our reassessment at the end of this year as to whether or not we retain the contract. But beyond that, they are entirely comfortable with us outsourcing things.
Okay.
Then, once again, it's up for review for next year. What's your gut feeling? That's a bit of a... What's your gut feeling? Are we going to get this renewed or not? Because, I mean, we're going through a period where we can't lose £1 million. That's the bottom line.
Steve, brave man, yes?
What I would say to members is that we've done everything that we can to ensure that we retain that verification contract, and that's really been one of the whole purpose of this action plan and all the changes that we're putting in place and the ongoing communication with Building Standards Division. As David said, they've indicated that they seem quite content with the measures and the steps that we've taken, and more importantly, that we propose to take. So from that point of view, I would be cautiously optimistic.
Okay, thank you for that, Ivor.
I maybe picked this up wrong, but Mr. Sutty, when asked about the North Lanarkshire point, back office access to the uniform, I think you said it was, you said, provided we can overcome technical issues or something like that. Is there any technical issues, or is this just in case there are technical issues?
David?
The only outstanding technical issue is really just to do, as you can imagine, with complex back office systems, allowing another council into the council system is something that we have to be very careful with security, and that's being worked on by our BTS people at the moment. But there's a good working relationship already between ourselves and North Lanarkshire, so we're confident we can achieve that.
Okay, thank you for the reassurance. Willie?
Chair, I'm looking at item in the action plan, point 2, restructure the building standards team to form a complex project team. And then I'm sort of contrasting that with item 7, given the age demographics of the service, we strongly recommend the 7.2 graduates, which I welcome, given that we always seem to be cutting back on staff. I've heard David speak there and using the buzzword of successive planning, and then Max before him said contact with customers. What has been the effect? Because I look at item 2 and that's been completed. Has it been a more centralised service and bringing everything into Dumfries, or can we be assured that there will still be building standard employees and maybe even the graduates employed out with Dumfries and into the more rural areas and other offices like Stranraer?
Okay, Steve?
Chair, I mean, certainly the service has adopted for some considerable time now agile working practices, but it is our intention to retain a customer-facing presence in Stranraer.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Vice Chair?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. It's just something that Councillor James said earlier on. I think in the last 6 months there's been 3 occasions that I've had to talk to Max and David about certain things that applicants had actually come to me about regards building warrants. And I obviously emailed them, got an email back with a response to find out that the agents of the applicant had not filled in the appropriate paperwork, which of course the clients of the applicants believed it was the fault of the building standards organisation. So I think we need to make sure that, you know, the information that we actually get, we need to find out by talking to the officers and finding it that way. It's just coming back to what Councillor Colour says in the short-term working group, and obviously I'm the health and well-being champion for the council as well, and obviously planning is under a lot of scrutiny at the moment with the action plan that's here. I would agree that, you know, it's quite right for members to scrutinise the planning department, but if Councillor Colours was of the mind to have that sort of informal gathering again rather than a full sort of scrutiny type thing, then I could support it and go along the suggestion that Steve says by, you know, just visiting, see what goes on, like I did last year, and I thought that was a really useful thing to actually see and see where the improvements are being moved. I would be able to support that.
Okay, without a doubt, the number of members who've asked to speak in this demonstrates that there is a significant interest in this as an area of activity, which is absolutely appropriate. I'm a big fan of seeing things firsthand. We'll come to some more issues on that later on in the agenda. There's no substitute for getting that more detailed understanding. So I think the offer from Steve is a very useful one, as I said earlier on. However, Henry had indicated next, and then I think we'll turn to the recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did make the point earlier about possible conflict of interest, so I'll be very careful what I say here. I have been involved with building standards probably for about 35 years, doing building warrants, but I'm just wondering if in the going forward with bringing the numbers back up and then maybe getting through the period where we're finished using Lanarkshire Council, that is there an opportunity then on the fast tracking maybe to implement a fast track fee that can bring in additional income to the council and the department?
Okay, Max, you want to take that one?
Thank you, Councillor McClellan. There's certainly, obviously, if there were adequate resource in place, yeah, this is a feasibility and it has been explored elsewhere. I think it's Aberdeenshire Council that actually has a system that's up and running at the moment. My understanding is it actually works quite well and it's quite popular. As I say, it is subject to there's conditions that would need to apply to that, and it's similar to the planning section has a fast track or a pre-application service, which is along similar lines. The things you've got to be wary about is that you really get a competent application, and that's half the battle. It says we can't process something if the application's incomplete. But certainly, if there was some assurance and there were some measures in place that we were going to get a decent application, yeah, that's certainly feasible. I think it would prove quite popular. It was touched upon maybe 15 years ago when the economy was a bit more buoyant and the actual construction industry was in a bit of a boom. There were a lot of calls for it at that point in time, and I can see that being the case again. It's certainly something that yeah, I would certainly welcome, without a doubt.
Okay, thank you for that. Clearly something to think about. Ronnie?
Yeah, I think it's worth maybe having a look at that, but I think we've still got to be careful because it may disenfranchise smaller organisations and voluntary organisations which may not have the finance to actually push things forward. And I'm thinking about a couple in my area in particular that, you know, it might affect, so it would need to be done in such a way that it wouldn't disenfranchise these smaller organisations.
I think the very reasonable point about unintended consequences, as we reflected a couple of items earlier, I think it's a very fair point. Members, we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor Carruthers?
Just on that particular point, recommendations, certainly I discussed with both yourself and the Vice Chair in regards to my thoughts about a short-term working group, and it is very, very light touch, and I'm really glad that Steve's made his position clear in regards to he felt it helpful as well. So, I mean, if that's a proposal, I would certainly support in regards to 2.3, but I noticed that 3.4.3 that Building Standards Division's coming down in January. I wondered if we could align it to them, because I think it's important that we should show our support, even at Scottish Government level, that we do actually support this verification process being continued with the Council being the verifier, level of support. I would imagine, depending on the information we get through, both through the budget process and what we actually see what's happening on the ground and the particular problems that they're coming up against, it may well be a budget decision that the Council or even groups or groupings have to undertake. But really keen to see that cross-party having to take a look at this as it was outlined process by Steve himself.
So it occurs to me that if we were able to get that to align, then anything that might arise out of a member visit briefing that did require to come back to committee, the committee, I think next meeting of this committee will be towards the end of January. That would seem to align quite neatly. And a visit in January would give members time to ensure that it can be cleared in their diaries. I would imagine that there will be at least some members who may be finding themselves unexpectedly busy at the moment. Not everybody, of course, but that would seem to me to be a sensible way forward, and I think we can incorporate that in an additional recommendation at 2.3. So if we go to the recommendations, members, are we content to note 2.1 and 2.2, and to agree a new 2.3 that a visit and briefing will be arranged for members of the committee at a date to be arranged in January. Members are content with that? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 9 is Workforce Establishment Metrics Annual Report, report by Head of People and Transformation. This report provides the annual update on workforce establishment. There has, of course, been significant change in our workforce, and it is important that we continue to focus as far as we can on the longer term through providing development opportunities and support for our employees. And I welcome the ongoing work to make sure that we achieve this. And the recent approval of the workforce plan at this committee is obviously a key part of those aims. Stuart Clanahan is here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Stuart, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, members, will go straight to questions, comments. Ivor.
Chair, I note from the turnover and leavers that we have 46% resignations. Now, I take it the vast majority of those will be through the ERVS, the voluntary severance part. What other sort of reasons are there for resignations? Is that also moving on to other jobs, or just people who, because of a reducing number of workforce, feel that it's not the place to be anymore?
Stuart?
That's right. We capture internal movement as well as external movement from the organisation, so that gets reflected in the figures. The other reasons that people will move on, things like ill health, capability, dismissals, also conduct dismissals as well, some death in service information as well is contained within there. But the vast majority, the normal profile, will be through normal retirement and also through resignations. And when I say normal retirement, that would be outside voluntary severance. We still have people who are reaching retirement age in their mind and deciding to leave the organisation at that point.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Willie and then David.
Not so much a question, more a comment, Chair, and we're looking at this and horrendous report in terms of the number of employees that we have lost for whatever reason. And I think for us, I would hope for the Council it's really to try and stop the cuts and stop the hemorrhaging of jobs, because only yesterday I met with residents that are living in fear, and it is fear that they're going to be flooded again as they were flooded 4 weeks ago. And living in Stranraer is no different from living in Yorkshire, where the people are living in the same fear. And when the residents questioned, they were told, well, there's nobody there to clear the water courses. And that's the real effect what we're looking at here. And workers, you know, on the bin wagons are having to be pulled to put onto the gritters and so forth. And we've really got to stop the cuts and stop this hemorrhaging, because people are being seriously affected. That's the only comment I would make, and I would hope that members would take it into consideration when looking at the budget for next year.
Thank you, Willie. David?
Thank you, Chair. I recently attended the seminar on transformation, and I was able to ask the senior officer there presenting what he considered to be our #1 priority. Was it to serve the residents of Dumfries and Galloway, or was it to look after our workforce? And, you know, to my disappointment, he gave the answer I expected, which is, well, it's both. And I think that's not the case. I think we as councillors and our workforce are here to serve the residents, and we're not necessary. So I wonder if it's the time to re-instruct the directors as to our mission statement, because I'm worried this is a prevailing culture within the council that it is self-serving.
It's a fascinating contrast of two particular ideologies there. We'll move on. Ian?
Thank you. Just come back to Councillor Hislop's question. When I read that 46 resignations, I kind of read that, and quite honest, as this is the redeployment pool under a load of pressure, and folk have said, to hell with it, I'm moving on, I can't stay here any longer. Is that a kind of layman's evaluation? Would that be accurate? Is that something I'm completely off the mark there, Stuart?
Stuart?
We constantly, through our staff survey, we take the temperature of how staff are feeling. We also have an exit process where staff can communicate how they felt about their employment, and we certainly don't have any metrics information that would suggest that the majority of people that are leaving are unhappy with the work that they've been involved in, and it would seem that the profile of resignations and leavers over the years has been relatively similar, so neither up nor down.
Okay. David, do you want to come back?
Yeah, could I take this opportunity to ask the Conservative Party when it will withdraw its support for the no compulsory redundancy policy, which is inappropriate to the times we live in?
It's also, I suspect, slightly out with the scope of this particular item. But as to the recommendations to consider the workforce establishment report, I think we can safely say we've done that. And we'll move on. Stuart, thank you very much. Item 10 is proposals for the South of Scotland Economic Partnership Bodies, a report by Head of Economy and Development. This report seeks our approval for the establishment of a convention of the South of Scotland and a South of Scotland Regional Economic Partnership, and to agree representation on these bodies. These proposals have been developed by the South of Scotland Alliance and seek to recognise the changing relationships in the field of economic development with the establishment of the new agency, and also the national prominence of the region and the importance of effective partnership working across a wide range of national and local bodies. Steve Rogers is here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Steve, is there anything that you'd like to add at this point?
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we'll go straight to members' questions and comments. Leader, and then Willie.
Just two issues. I think in terms of the representation on the South of Scotland Convention, I think it should be leader and the chair of this committee. I think that should be specified as those posts rather than people. And I would also suggest, and it is suggested in the report, that those two people also are on the South of Scotland Regional Economic Partnership, because I think that is important that people are reflecting what the Regional Economic Partnership is doing, and also that the other two members should not be members of the administration, but should be members of other groups. But I would put out a plea that councillors actually attend. Particularly, I have to say, our partner council, some of their members I have barely seen, who's supposed to serve on SOSA. I've barely seen them since I've been actually on SOSA. So I would sort of encourage those people who come forward to do that actually to be people who are keen to actually go along and take part, because it will be an important organisation.
Thank you, Leader. I'd echo the comments on the importance of both organisations. And it is, I think, a testament to the increasing prominence of the need for large-scale economic development in this region. It's an argument that's been running for a long time, but it's starting to gain significant traction. So I think very important that these are taken forward and that they are effective. Willie, you were next.
Yeah, Chair, I welcome this paper, in particular to 3.2.1. The Convention of the South of Scotland is to be the national interface between key public sector partners, Scottish Government, Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers. I look at the further report with reference to the Regional Economic Partnership, where it says the Regional Economic Partnership will set priorities with the economic strategy, and align that to 3.3.2 to enable inclusive and sustainable economic growth across the south, and it's across the south of Scotland. And then it's about setting strategic direction, strategic economic issues pertaining to the whole of the region and the area, and something under a common purpose. And the last bullet point for me touches it all in terms of identifying barriers to inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And I would suggest that what catches all these, what pulls these all together, is the transport priority, and in particular the A77 and the A75. And only last week, the Conveners Committee at Holyrood were questioning the First Minister, and the convener of the Petitions Committee actually referred to both the A77 and the A75 petition that is still live. And how do we pull, or how does the First Minister pull together all the ministers to deal with the particular issues, not just under transport, but on environment, on safety and everything else? And if this forum or convention is able to do that, to pull ministers together to say, you know, what we would regard as important issues and priorities, I would hope that we would put transport to the top of that, because it brings in the economy. Anyone turning left at Gretna and thinking about the A75 would not consider, you know, bringing in inward investment in business, etc., just for the sheer state of the road and the improvements that are needed. And it's the same on the 77 in terms of both roads feeding the markets, both UK and European markets. So I would hope that the transport would become a major priority as and when a convention is formed, and that this committee would agree to that, putting transport to the top of the priority list.
Thank you, Will. I wouldn't want to prejudge what happens next, but I think it's important to reflect that next to, I guess, the creation of a South of Scotland economic agency in the first place, one of the other major pillars of the South of Scotland Alliance's work has been infrastructure and transport in particular. The transition meeting for the one body to the other is on Friday, in fact. I wouldn't want to prejudge future considerations, but it strikes me that it would be unlikely that sort of priority would be dropped in the context of a new organisation looking at the whole of the South. They will remain strategic links, and their importance, I think, can't be gainsaid. That I recognise is only partial comfort, but I would anticipate that if they are a priority now, they are unlikely to stop being a priority in these new bodies as they develop. If anything, the existence of the new bodies, I would hope, will help to make the case. It's not, I think, coincidental that you have COHI, the Convention of Highlands and Islands, that I think is a very effective voice in terms of infrastructure needs for that part of Scotland. This is to no small extent based on that as a structure, although it will be unique and specific to our region, which is absolutely appropriate. I hope that is in some way helpful. You want to come back?
Yeah, Chair, and I'm comforted with your remarks, and that it is a priority, and we would hope it would still go forward. And I hope with your voice that you'll make that point made, and it would be better if it came from the ERC committee, that we would want to see it as a major priority in pulling together all the strands. The road infrastructure is so important, And I would hope, from what you've said, that you would take that forward and make that, in any form or convention, to make that still the same priority.
Again, it's past performance rather than future guarantee, although I'm certainly willing to offer that. But when the South of Scotland Alliance last met with John Swinney, the section on transport was given to me. So it was my job to make that case on behalf of the partnership when we last held that meeting. So it's something that I am already accustomed to. Who's next? Vice Chair. Okay, I've obviously got that wrong. Sean?
Yeah, thanks. Just if that was Elaine, proposal of a motion there at the beginning before Willie was speaking, then I'm happy to second that. We'll probably need a couple amendments to 2.4 and 2.5. So 2.4 would be amended to appoint the leader and deputy leader.
I think it's chair of the committee, this committee. Like chair of this committee.
I chair this committee, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to amend chair of this committee. And then 2.5 would be, I think, would be 4 members of the 4 largest groups on the council. And, with the mention that yourself and Rob would for consistency have to be on that, then the Labour and SNP nominations would be yourself, Chair, and Councillor Murray.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So I've slightly lost track of my list. Dougie, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just return back to the Regional Economic Partnership 2.5, which will be co-chaired between ourselves and Borders. I'm just looking for a better understanding of how that will work in terms of our own council priorities as they relate to the climate emergency. Because at the moment, Borders Council haven't gone down the route that we have taken, and I don't know what their intentions are. But at the present time, here in the region, we've got the Dumfries and Galloway Economic Leadership Group. And as part of our climate emergency motion on our 12-point plan, we've got a commitment to taking the opportunities of economic growth in relation to the renewables industry. And also, at the end of that paragraph, there's reference to effectively a dispute resolution process in relation to developing the regional strategic economic plan. It's just if I could get a better understanding of how our priorities will be fed into the regional economic partnership and how that will actually work in practice. I appreciate that perhaps that's work that's to be followed on from today, but it'd be useful for me in particular to have an understanding of how what we are doing links into that economic strategy for the region.
I'm grateful that the point in question has been raised. Steve, can you assist?
Chair, yes, certainly. I think the intention here is that we use our role and our position on the partnership to influence the future development of strategic priorities for the economy of the south of Scotland. And I think it is quite clear that that would include things like the environment and climate change, and also the need for low carbon future economy. I think that's reflected as well in Scottish Government's own economic strategy. So it's important that whatever is developed at South of Scotland level does reflect local priorities and national priorities.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Ronnie?
Thank you, Chair. Just to get it clear, this is basically the South of Scotland Alliance with bells on. Is that what it is? And then you've got this just now with the South Scotland Alliance, they get fed in information, they get fed in suggestions from community planning partnerships anyway at the moment, and others, which will still happen. Every decision that the REP and it makes will have to be done by consensus. And I think that's what comes into Councillor Campbell's thoughts, that if it's done by consensus and we can't get any agreement, how's the dispute resolution come into place, which reflects our priorities as well, you know, and the way that we go forward as a council, and how would that take place? The regional economic partnership, I think it's a good structure. It's the Highland and Islands structure, basically. That's what it is, and I think we'll have where the South of Scotland Alliance at the moment does have access to the Deputy First Minister, and has meetings with them on that basis. But this will be a more structured format, and possibly I'll achieve more with the dual purpose. So just on the consensual aspect of when the REP comes into being, how does that work if there is a dispute and if there is a dispute resolution system in place?
Steve, what happens when consensus breaks down?
There is a disputes process that's being worked up, because certainly this was an issue that was raised at the South of Scotland Alliance also. However, I think it's worth emphasising that this is a partnership, and any partnership should provide space for different views and opinions before moving on and coming to a collective view or position. So it's not anticipated that the dispute mechanism would be regularly called on, but certainly there will be one, and it was something that the South of Scotland Alliance did ask for. So that is being worked up in a bit more detail. I think there is reference to it in the paper.
Okay, certainly I would agree it's not something that we would want to be using on a regular basis, but it's good to know that we should have it. Ian?
Thank you. I think I would align myself to the previous comments around about 2.4 and 2.5. I think that's what's been said, that would be allocated on a proportionate basis, but we'll also be looking at substitutes? We maybe should. I think that's what we'd normally have, so maybe, unless I've missed that there, I think it maybe should be absolutely explicit within the recommendations themselves. Chairman, when it comes to that.
Certainly it's been the practice that we've had substitutes for SOSA as matters stand. I do take the leader's point about continuity of attendance whenever possible, and there has been maybe a little bit of a discontinuity, although with some honourable exceptions from our partners. It seems to be that they're either entirely committed or only sometimes present. But I do think that the appointment of substitutes would seem to be a sensible idea. I think that we could amend 2.5 to that end, that it's 4 members and 4 substitutes. That would seem to me to be sensible. Members, any other questions? Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. With regard to 2.5, is it assumed the 4 members would be from this committee?
We just get clarification on that. I have assumed it in my own mind, but the report doesn't actually specify. Are we looking at? I take it we are looking at members of this committee.
Chair, certainly the delegations of this committee include economic strategy and regional economic strategy, and that would be the core purpose of the regional economic partnership. So it would make sense for that membership to be drawn from this committee.
Okay, so we'll be members of this committee. Ian and then Katie.
The only point I would make about that, if we took that principle, I'm not saying it's maybe not the right thing to do, but it doesn't align with our other outside bodies. We've got a different format for both, for maybe 5 other outside bodies in the Regional Economic Partnership, and the convention would be different. We can have substitutes for any member of the council. I think ultimately it relates to that. In regards to, I'm fortunate. I've been on South of Scotland Alliance, and hopefully I'll continue to go into Regional Economic Partnership. So you get a lot of good information there, good conversations. You've got a clear understanding of what's going on. But I've always felt there's a deficit when it comes to reporting back to this council, the information, what the discussions that are there. So I just wonder, look for the assurance or even the reassurance that through our processes, through this committee structure in particular, it may well go to full council, But that process is being looked at, and that the members of this council are being kept up to speed and up to date in regards to decisions and potential policy changes that they could be looking at, or even funding allocations.
I do take the point. I think given that we're going into new structures, new bodies now for this, it would be an opposite time to ensure that that's kind of refreshed and that information is flowing back, I would suspect, in the first instance to this committee, but I guess full council as well would be appropriate. So Andrew and then Katie.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to say that I did actually welcome the contribution of Councillor Scobie in identifying transport as being one of the real issues that we have to address. And I know that at our last meeting with the Transport Minister, he was keen that RTPs would play a much more fundamentally important part within planning of that nature. So I would certainly hope that the RTPs would be invited onto such an alliance.
Steve, can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, certainly Transport Scotland are invited, and both regional transport partnerships will be engaged as part of consideration of those transport issues, which have certainly already been flagged up as priorities through the work of SOSEP and all of the engagement that they have been doing with communities and businesses. Has already identified for the agency that connectivity and transport is a key barrier, is perceived as a key barrier and an actual barrier to future economic growth in the region.
Okay, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. We've got the document, the appendix before us, which is not a huge document in comparison to some of the ones that we have to scrutinise, but there is lots of really key and important information in that. One of the concerns, or not concerns, but one of the questions I had was, how can I, as an elected member of Dumfries and Galloway Council, feed into this? What's the structure? There's lots, again, we're back to lots of words, but there's no clear structure as to who's coming from which and who's representing. And I do appreciate that in the document before us, it says that the Scottish Government have been deliberately non-prescriptive in how it defines these partnerships. But I think for elected members, it's really important that we know exactly how we can feed into this. I am also really pleased to see it on page 18 of our document, 12 of the whichever one you're looking at. It does state that at a less formal level, it's essential that elected members can be informed. And it does state in there that there will be attendance at full council meetings. So therefore, I am wondering where we are in terms of delegations for this committee versus full council when the document states that it will come to full council. I presume that's within our gift as to how we then want to deal with that as the council going forward. But my request really is, can we get a key structure of how this is going to be put together and where we as elected members sit within that, but equally how people within the communities that sit within the south of Scotland, how they can feed into this, how they can get feedbacks, how they can get reports on what's going on, because ultimately we're here to represent the people within our constituent or within our ward areas. So it's how does that information go right back down to the community level?
Okay, Steve.
So, a few points there. The main issue around how we feed into that, this council feeds into that, is through our nominated representatives who will then sit on both the Regional Economic Partnership and the Convention. However, there are also other community-based groups and organisations that will have a seat around that table. So, for example, there will be representation from colleges, from universities, from third sector, from community enterprise, from business community. So there are lots of different ways in which communities and individuals could influence and feed into this process. The reference in the appendix to the reporting to full council, this is in a section which is talking about the the likely future relationship between the council and the new agency. So there will be a requirement for the new agency, as part of its local accountability mechanisms, to report to the council every year and provide members with that opportunity to scrutinise the activities of the new agency locally. So that's separate, effectively, to the regional economic partnership and the convention.
Get to bring Lorna in before you want to come back, Katie.
Katie, also in the development of the new agency, I think there was assurances given about the model and round area committees and local accountability, which has been our position with the new agency and expectation of reporting not only to full council but also at a local level for scrutiny by local elected members. So it's not reflected in this paper because it wasn't related to that, but that's certainly the expectation that we set.
Okay, Katie, you content? Okay, Leader.
I have noticed a slight problem actually in the paper, which is in the appendix. It's specifying that there has to be 4 I hate the term senior elected members. I just think, does it mean they're elderly, or what's it supposed to mean? But I just actually say 4 senior elected members, and if it means in terms of people who have a special responsibility allowance, not all of those, it would be difficult actually to align that with the membership of this committee.
I almost wish you hadn't noticed that. Okay, how are we defining senior, or can we just take that as advisory and appoint anyone that we see fit? That would be my preference, I think.
Chair, my view on that is that's an advisory. I think the comment was made earlier that the Scottish Government are being non-prescriptive here. This paper was that constitutes the appendix was in fact developed through the South of Scotland Alliance and was signed off at the last South of Scotland Alliance meeting, and both councils have been asked to now adopt it. I think it's open to us to interpret what that means, whether that refers to a specific position or whether it refers to experience or remit. I think it's up to us to determine that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Members, if there are no other... Ian.
Small, because Ivor had actually picked up on the same point, but hadn't raised it at this moment in time. But I wonder if it's worth just raising at the South of Scotland Alliance meeting on Friday, which is to come, and maybe they could amend it accordingly. I know it's you're saying probably advisory, but just to be absolutely clear, it'd be a simple thing for them to do. I do think we shouldn't be keeping it explicitly to senior councillors. We have a definition within this council what that is, and it would exclude some members that probably should be on it.
Leader?
I think the only problem with that is that the first meeting of the Regional Economic Partnership is the same day. So we have to have, people need to know that they're been invited to attend the REP. Otherwise we could have, in fact, I did actually try and raise this at the last OSA meeting, but there seemed to be a lack of understanding that there could be an issue about, who the new members are and getting that agreed by council, for example. And I think probably one of the reasons it's here is that it wasn't possible to get that agreed by full council on time.
Okay, I would take it that we, I'm choosing to take it, that we do have a degree of flexibility in this. And if it is subsequently challenged, we'll deal with it then, I think. Katie?
Chair, I think it's worth pointing out that on 4.8 it says it is proposed that the membership, so it's not agreed that the membership should. So in terms of a way forward, it's clearly a proposal. We don't have to accept that proposal, I would assume.
Okay, well, I think we shall go to the recommendations and see if we can appoint some people. At 2.1, we're asked to note progress made to date, etc. It's set out at paragraph 3.2 and 3.3. Are we content to note that? At 2.2, to agree the South of Scotland Alliance proposals for the establishment of a South of Scotland Convention, as set out in the appendix. Are we content to agree with that? Agree the South of Scotland Alliance proposals for the establishment of a South of Scotland Regional Economic Partnership as set out in the appendix. Are we content to agree with that? At 2.4, we have a proposal from Sean that we appoint leader and the chair of E&R Committee to the South of Scotland Convention. Are we content to agree with that? And at 2.5, we're invited to appoint 4 members to the South of Scotland Regional Economic Partnership. Sean has a proposal again that 2 of those 4 are leader and chair of Economy and Resources. And Sean, I think for clarity, your proposal had also been that the remaining 2 places are offered to the Conservative and Independent groups. Understood. Are we content to agree with that? And are the other 2 nominations capable of being made today, given that the meeting is on Friday? The transition meeting is on Friday. Ivor?
Chair, I would propose Councillor Crothers. He's on the SOSA just now, so he might as well just carry on.
Okay. Jim?
Chair, I would propose Councillor Wood.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, happy with that. It's up to the groups ultimately, but should we maybe just include a reference to substitutes? Because obviously it's going to be more practical if it can be flexible.
Beg your pardon, Stephen. Yes, indeed, I'd mentioned substitutes myself, so if we are able to appoint 4 substitutes today, that would be good. Bring in Willie first before we do that. Willie?
Yeah, Chair, I'm never amazed at how you regard proportionality, but however, could I move Ronnie Nicholson as one of the 4?
Okay, so we have a motion and an amendment. I don't believe that we're in a position to make the rules in this instance. We've been invited to send 4 people. We're a partner in this in this partnership rather than effectively controlling it. Henry?
Thanks, Chair. Could you just maybe clarify currently what the 4 largest groups actually are? Just so we all understand.
Yes, actually, can we do that?
My understanding would be the Conservative group, the Labour group, SNP group and the Independent group.
Okay. Ronnie?
There had been no decision taken on proportionality at the moment, so this is quite a, the motion, the amendment that's coming from Councillor Scobie is relevant. So you could go back and have a motion on whether they are proportionality, and then that would exclude us as well. But if you want to do that as a procedural thing, then that's fine. But there's nothing in the paper that says it has to be proportionality.
Leader?
That's just for a point of clarification. If we have 3 opposition members proposed for 2 positions, how is the vote undertaken?
That is just exactly what I was going to ask.
Well, I would require a bit of... I've got a motion that's proposing 4 places on the basis of yourself, leader, yourself, chair, Ian Crothers and Andrew Wood, 4 places. I've got an amendment that's given one of those places to Ronnie Nicholson, but I'm not clear how the other 3 places would be filled.
Ronnie?
I think it'd be clear if he had that vote on, we all put forward a motion that it's not done in proportionality. So if he had the motion and amendment from us that it's not done in proportionality, and it is, then that will sort out the next vote.
There's that again. Okay, always grateful for your assistance, Ronnie. I'm happy to move at 2.5 that the 4 members appointed to South Scotland Regional Economic Partnership are done on the basis of proportionality, noting that in line with proportionality, one of those is allocated to the leader and one to the chair of E&R, which fortunately does not skew proportionality as things are currently constituted. Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ronnie?
And amendment, it's not doing proportionality.
Seconded.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote. Ian?
I just wonder, could you have added substitutes to your motion? Would that be possible? And that's it dealt with now?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Councillor Nicholson. In that case, I will add to my motion that we also appoint for substitutes at 2.5 on the basis of proportionality. So that's 4 members on the basis of proportionality, noting that one is to the leader and one the chair of E&R, which is clearly in line with proportionality, and that we also appoint 4 substitutes on the basis of proportionality. That's at 2.5. Okay?
Okay.
So we'll go through the terms of the motion amendment so that everyone's clear.
Thank you, Chair. We've got the motion proposed by yourself, seconded by the Vice Chair, to appoint the 4 members on the basis of proportionality from the 4 largest political groups. 2 of those members would be the leader and the chair of this committee, and there would also be the provision for the appointment of substitutes. There's an amendment proposed by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Scobie, that the appointment for the 4 members is not done on a proportionate basis. So, going to the vote. Chair.
Motion.
Vice Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Crothers.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor Ingalls. Councillor James. Councillor Johnston.
Motion.
Councillor McClelland.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Motion.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Murray.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Scobie. Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
Okay, motion's carried. 17 votes to 3 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Claire. Can we then go on to just confirm the 2 names for the remaining 2 members to be appointed, given that the meeting in question is on Friday? So my understanding from previous debate was Councillor Crothers and Councillor Wood. Is that correct? Okay, thank you, members. In that case, and names of substitutes can be furnished in the usual manner thereafter. Okay, thank you very much, Steve. We'll move on to item 11. Item 11 is North Channel Partnership Update, report by Director Corporate Services. This report updates elected members on the Council's discussions to develop shared working on areas of mutual economic benefit between ourselves and Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. It provides information on the early analysis prepared ahead of the meetings between both councils, a summary of the main outcomes from discussions, as well as current planning being progressed on the opportunities identified by our respective delegations during the course of our visit. As a direct result of this engagement, the report also seeks our approval to re-establish the North Channel Partnership with the Mid and East Antrim Borough Council and to agree representation to the new partnership. It was a great pleasure to attend as part of the visiting delegation. It was very clear that there was a great deal of enthusiasm and interest on the part of our colleagues in Mid and East Antrim Borough, and a lot of shared economic challenges and problems as well as opportunities. They actually face many of the same issues that we do, and they are further ahead in some respects, we are further ahead in others. There is, I think, a lot of opportunity for sharing of good practice and working together on some of the bigger strategic issues, particularly the link between our two regions and the infrastructure which supports it, all big fundamentally important issues. I think perhaps in particular at present. I think that if other members who attended, Councillor Dryburgh and Councillor Scobie, Councillor Giusti also attended as part of the delegation, if they also wished to offer any perspectives, impressions before they go out of the visit, before we go into the member debate, that would be welcome. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and I would agree with all of what you said there. The amount of commonality between the two areas is huge, and I think that when we got across here, the similarities were more sort of in your face than not actually going across. I think the issue of the ferries and the roads to the ferries has been a massive one. Already they have, as part of the arrangement, sent some correspondence to the Scottish Government and the UK Government to try and get infrastructure improvements within that particular thing. So I think that was absolutely right. I think the 2.5-day sessions that we had with them, it was quite clear that we could support each other for better and more improved economic development, and the potential is actually huge, and hopefully maybe even get another sort of partnership agreement where we can get some funding going in the future. But I would agree with everything you've said here. It was just a really good visit. But it was put up by a lot, there was a lot of information that we had to share with each other, but a lot of commonality as well. And I think the information that we had showed quite clearly there was strong links and potential for the future.
Willie, anything you'd care to add?
Not much to add, given and I would echo the sentiments and the expressions made by yourself and Archie. And 3.9 does refer to it that Mid and East Antrim Borough Council has already undertaken lobbying activity in support for the 77 and the 75, which is pleasing to see. I think it's the same for Belfast City Council that passed a motion, and I sometimes feel that we get a tremendous amount of support from the Northern Ireland, Northern Irish side, and we could do a lot more on the Scottish side. From other authorities. However, there were the issues of some low-hanging fruit that was described as some projects, and these were the big strategic ones in terms of the 77 and the 75, given that it does serve the whole of the island of Ireland, as well as the Scottish and the UK markets. So it is important, and it's important to look at the ports and the ferry companies of P&O and Stena, who are also heavily involved in lobbying activities, and only last week met with the Transport Minister. So, it was a very productive 2 days with our colleagues in Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, and delighted there are commonalities that we can pursue. And what was interesting was both presentations from our Chief Executive and their Chief Executive, in just how we can move forward on some of the projects that were referred to as the low-hanging fruit, and some of the bigger issues that they have taken on board to do with their city deals. So I think we can work together, and I'm sure it will bring economic benefit to both authorities.
Thank you, Willie. Andrew, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Chair. Not to not to be a parrot and help in the sense of keeping the committee slick, I would just like to endorse everything that you've all said, and there's not much that I can really add to that.
Okay. So I have Katie and then Leader.
Thank you, Chair. While I wasn't involved with the partnership, and I did hear lots of good feedback, so I'm really pleased to see this going forward. And one of the points that I want to actually draw attention to is the fact that there is this connection with the sea and our ports. And obviously here in Dumfries and Galloway, we are a local authority port. And last week I was in Edinburgh meeting with the British Ports Association and also with a meeting with the Local Authority Ports Association. So there was a lot of joint work happening already, and I would like to see incorporated more opportunities within our ports authority and how we can actually have that joint collaborative working. And it is mentioned in the reference document, in the scoping document under the events one for collaborative events, and certainly I would like to see how our ports staff can be supported with the port staff across in the north of Ireland. The other point I wanted to ask about was in terms of the policy activity 2 on the same page 187, it makes reference to the town centre regeneration fund, and how will that sit with our own town centre regeneration fund? Because clearly we've done a lot of work on that, and is it possible to merge these two documents, or is this proposal to set up a separate fund? So it's just a slight word of caution on how we take that forward.
Okay, Lorna, you want to come in on that latter point?
The scoping document was commissioned with NILGA, the Local Government Association in Northern Ireland, on behalf of Mid East Antrim Borough, APSI and ourselves to look at before we embarked on even the meeting and the delegation, to give us ideas about where there was potential. So this document was really a starting point for those discussions. So we're working on a more detailed plan to bring back to members around a number of areas. And as Councillor Scobie and Chair and Vice Chair have identified, there was things that were strategic opportunities that were there, but there was also some other things that we could collaborate on. So we're capturing all that in the plan that will come back to members.
Can I just ask, will members get a chance to feed into that plan before it's published? In terms of a draft, will we be able to feed into the draft document? I guess that's my question.
Yes, happy to do so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Leader?
Yeah, the point I wanted to make was in relation to recommendation 2.4, and that we do not nominate according to proportionality. I'm less of a fan of proportionality than some members of the council, but I think it's quite important that we have people with the interest to be involved in particular. I think there is a case for representation from the West because of the links with Northern Ireland. So I would like to specifically say we do not nominate according to proportionality for the avoidance of doubt.
Perhaps I am more of a fan of proportionality than you, Leader. Indeed, I think that's probably already on record, but I would certainly agree with that. I mean, this is about building relationships between two different local authorities, notwithstanding the similarities that we've all reflected on. I think a good starting point would be the delegation that was sent just a couple of months ago. We have, after all, only met them once, although it was for a couple of days. There is a great deal of work for us to do in developing those relationships and a work programme. So I think that would be a good way forward when we get to the recommendations. Ronnie?
I would say on that basis, propose Willie at this point.
Thank you, Ronnie. Ivor?
Chair, I was going to just support what you said there. I think in the interest of continuity that the 4 members who have been there before should be the 4 members who take this forward. They've got the start of the relationship there, so they should keep it going, and we'll see positive feedback soon, I would think.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other comments or questions, we'll go to the recommendations. So at 2.1, can we note the update set out at paragraphs 3.2 to 3.8? At 2.2, note progress in developing a shared action plan with Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, as detailed in paragraph 3.9, and that the action plan will be brought to this committee for approval. At 2.3, agree the terms of reference for the re-establishment of the North Channel Partnership proposed in Appendix 2. And consequent to that, nominate 4 elected members from this committee to the North Channel Partnership, that being the delegation that was sent on the visit, comprising the Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor Scobie and Councillor Giusti. Are we agreed on that? And at 2.5, agree to allocate £10,000 from the Economy and Resources Service Reserve to support the establishment and initial activity of the North Channel Partnership and the Developing Action Plan, which would mirror the commitment from Mid and East Antrim Borough Council. Are we content to agree that? Okay, thank you very much. Members, that's 1 o'clock. I'm advised that lunch has arrived, so we'll break until 25 to 2. Thank you. Change Duties Report 2018-19, report by Head of Economy and Development. Committee is presented with the mandatory climate change duty report, which is to be submitted to the Scottish Government by the end of November. The report is submitted to us for our consideration and approval. I welcome the progress highlighted in the report and also the detailed information included in the statutory report, which is an appendix. This, in my view, provides a clear baseline for our activity and agreed work on addressing the climate emergency. Sarah Farrell and Paul McCulloch are here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Is there anything either of you would like to add at this point?
Nothing, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open this to members' comments and questions. David.
Do we have a, I haven't read any of this one, but do we have a duty to actually achieve anything? Because I understand that we are, in some matrices, we're already carbon neutral or even on the good side. And, you know, if we're an area that's achieving that, then what are we trying to do more?
Sure.
Thank you. We have obligations under the Climate Change Scotland Act to meet the targets, obviously to assist to meet the targets through a local authority. Under this particular report, we don't have specific targets as such, that we are merely advising of where we are. The figures are looking quite good. We are improving. There was statistics came out in a 2016 Scottish Government report that said we were carbon neutral because of the forestry that we had. However, that is a regional wide statistic and does change depending on how much forestry we have and how much that changes. This report itself is regarding the local authority itself, apart from the wider influence part, which includes other parties that we can lead by example, encourage and support to reduce their carbon. The latest 2017 Scottish Government report does not mention that we are carbon neutral on this occasion, and I can give you links to that if you need that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Dougie?
Thank you, Chair. Just to make it explicit that this is a comprehensive piece of work, and it's also a very helpful document for the cross-party working group in terms of setting the scene for where we are. But also, in addition to that, the reference to the wider influence that the Council has, and this is something that we discussed at the working group last month, and no doubt we'll turn to that in our next meeting in early December. And the reason I raise this is because Dumfries and Galloway Council has got an important role to play to influence our public sector and private sector partners. And because this is not something that the Council can do alone, it needs to be a joint effort as we pursue this net zero target.
Thank you, Dougie. Andrew?
It's to ask, do we have to take into account if we find ourselves in a situation where we have a wildfire? For example, it was reported recently in the Herald that, if you recall, the wildfire that took place further north, there was, I forget how many million tons of carbon was released, is that right? And the same in Wales. If a similar situation happened in Dumfries, would we have to record that? Would that go against us at any stage?
Sarah?
That is a question I would need to look further into for you. I do not believe as a local authority we would have to count that as our carbon at all. It's more along the lines of your emergency planning type thing. There will be adaptation requirements to be looked at, I would imagine, to be able to reduce the risk as much as we can, but again, more through an emergency planning than a climate change agenda. the carbon that would come from that, as I say, is something that would be unavoidable and would be more of an emergency situation, which, yeah, sorry.
Okay, Andrew, you want to come back?
Very good, thank you. Do we then liaise with the likes of the fire brigade and the forestry bodies to ensure that they are being proactive and that they have the apparatus there to safeguard such a situation should the event take place?
Might be outside.
Yeah, just to say that obviously in terms of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service and their response to such incidents, they are geared up to deal with that, and obviously they've got a retained service across the region for the more remote and rural areas.
Okay, Jim.
Thanks, Chair. I note the progress the Council has made in reducing emissions, but the one exception to that is emissions from waste, which is rather disappointing. And it states there that this has been due mainly to further changes in landfill emission factors. Could anyone tell me what landfill emission factors are?
Okay, Sarah, you're going to take that one? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I would need to go back to the Waste Management Department because they have the expertise on that. The wording that we have for this report and facilitating the report and pulling it together was provided by the Waste Management section, but I can certainly take that back and have some clarity on that for you.
Okay, yes, that would be appreciated if that can be circulated to members of the committee. I think it would be fair to emphasise that this is a report that's assembled from a wide variety of sources, so that the presenting officers won't have at their fingertips every last piece of detail on every aspect of the council's activity, given the size of the organisation. Do you?
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. It may be helpful to Councillor Wood, but on page 201 of the duties report, there's reference to the Community Planning Partnership having a key role in terms of other organisations that have a responsibility for tackling climate change, and this is something we specifically discussed at the working group, and I'm hopeful that it's going to be appearing on an agenda item in the Community Planning Partnership at some future point. Looking at Lorna here.
Archie, you want to come on the point that Jim made?
Thanks. It's just to answer, perhaps in part, to Jim's question. Obviously, there is the new waste policy that we're going through at the moment, and I think what we've seen over the years of the PFI contracts, with the information we were getting from the contractor, sometimes wasn't the best information. And working with the waste subcommittee on trying to move that forward for more recyclates rather than reusing, but also looking at the potential for landfill sites in the future to be energy distribution certified for PVs and things like that. I think that's an opportunity that we need to look at as a council, through our capital funding schemes and things like that, but also has the opportunity to reduce it even further with the improvement, hopefully, of the MBT plant, Eco-Deco plant.
Okay, thanks for that. David, you want to come back in?
Yes. Biomass. How does that save carbon, or do we capture the carbon when we burn the biomass? Because otherwise I would just think it's going to be released again, isn't it?
Biomass.
Carbon sink.
Sorry, thanks. Through the government initiatives, government schemes, and their policies, they advise us that if we replace, say, an oil boiler, etc., or a fossil fuel with a biomass, then that is classed as a low carbon technology. As far as they're concerned, they're not saying it's carbon neutral, and they're not saying we are carbon neutral by installing it, but what they're saying is it's a low carbon technology and it's got a very low emissions factor.
Okay, David, do you want to come back in? Okay, members, we'll go to the recommendations. Are we content to note the progress made towards delivery of public body duties for climate change as detailed in paragraphs 3.12, 3.13 and 3.17? And are we content to approve the content of the mandatory climate change duties report 2018-19 as at the appendix, and agree that declaration at 6E is signed by the Chair of Economy and Resources Committee and Director of Economy and Resources prior to submission to the Scottish Government by 30th November. Thank you, members. Thank you both. Item 13 is the big climate conversation, role of the public sector bodies in tackling climate change, a consultation, and the report is by Head of Economy and Development. This report presents members with information on the Scottish Government's consultation on the role of public sector bodies in tackling climate change. A draft response to this consultation on behalf of the Council has been prepared for our review and agreement at this committee. Simon Fieldhouse is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Simon, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Nothing to add at this time, Chair.
Thank you. I'll open this straight up to members' comments and questions. Katie.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got the consultation in front of us and the draft response, which clearly needs to be submitted by the 4th of December. The question I have, and it was one that I raised previously, about how can members input to these consultations, and we're going to be looking at item 18, another consultation, and my request is, can elected members feed into these and how? And this is based on the fact that I sit in outside bodies, as I'm sure many members in the chamber here do, and we're often asked for input through whatever organisation for inputs on these type of consultations. Now, whether a member chooses to engage with that is clearly up to individual members. However, I would ask whether it's appropriate that members should at least be invited or made aware that that a submission is being put, and do we want to feed into it? So I guess it's more of a general question about consultations, but obviously as this is the first one we're coming to today, it's one that I wanted to put forward.
Bring in Lorna on the general point on consultations and elected member involved.
Katie, we usually intend to bring consultation draft responses in front of members. One of the challenges we have, no matter who's consulting, is the timescale for that in terms of the starting point and the time in which they request a submission. Ultimately, we can do better probably around advising members of a consultation. Individual elected members and others are entitled to submit their own views into consultations. And what we're seeking to do is provide the opportunity for a council position to be advanced on behalf of the council through whatever committee to make a response to consultation. So we will maybe look at circulating them to members, but sometimes there isn't really an opportunity to do much other than get a report in front of members for the next committee. But we can advertise it, we can indicate the lead officer, and if members want to put some specific points towards a consultation before we construct it for committee, then we can do that. But we generally don't have a lot of time. Sometimes it's almost even in recess for dealing with these things.
Okay, I think those points would certainly be useful, and would look to take them forward. Katie, you want to come back?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I absolutely appreciate the time that it takes, and looking at the one before us, the consultation document was issued on the 11th of September, so that was 2 months ago before were sitting here with that. And could I make a suggestion that a very small time frame is given to members of a consultation? We're going to be making that. Could you please submit any within the next 1 week? Because I appreciate that officers do have to collate that information, and timing is an issue. But these are statutory consultations, and there's it's 3 months, which is a reasonable period. But even if there's just a 1 week window, that members, if they choose to engage, at least can have that opportunity.
Okay, so I think, as I say, I think that's useful feedback, and we'll look to see that implemented for consultations coming before this committee in future. Turning to the consultation itself, members, any questions or comments on the content of the consultation? David?
Yes, going back to my question a few moments ago, what are we actually trying to do here? I'm reading 3.9, transition towards a regional net zero carbon status. if you want to alter something, we're told the best way is to start measuring it, and what is the metric that we're using to measure our carbon status, and do we know where we are in relation to that index?
Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, the climate duties report that has just been up the previous item is how we would measure our direct emissions in terms of waste, our our stationary items, and also transport in terms of the council's emissions. There is a baseline that was taken, I believe, back in 1995 or 96 that we are working from in order to get to a net neutral capacity. At this moment in time, I believe we've reduced by around about 43% directly. It's the indirect emissions. Obviously, we would then be looking at how we can work with partners across the region to influence behavioural change.
But am I
David,
wrong?
do you want to come back?
Sorry about that. Am I wrong in thinking, I thought our emergency would have the goals of reducing carbon or meeting targets across our region as we leading it. Is this only about the council's operation, our emergency then?
Simon?
Thank you, Chair. No, I mean, I think if we look at the 12-point plan, it is about obviously trying to look at how regionally we can become net neutral. My understanding obviously is that in essence the starting point is obviously looking at the council's own emissions and where we can go from here, because we have direct control over those. The other indirect emissions are the ones that we're going to have to work with partners to influence behavioural change and opportunities for them to see the economy or the economics around obviously sort of moving to a low carbon economy.
Thanks, Chair. I think just to back that up, one of the things that we are as a council is an influencer, and it's trying to influence people to do things differently or with less carbon emissions from them. Myself and Dougie Campbell went up to APSI, for instance, and had a look at some of the things that they were doing across other local authorities and the way that they are influencing their local people and their businesses and things like that. So it's about being an influencer, making sure that, you know, whatever we are doing, we're leading by example. And as Simon said, since 1994, I think it was, Simon, we have reduced our carbon emissions by 43%. But that wasn't just about climate change, that was about other legislation that was in place at the time, other options that were available at the time as well. And we had people like Chris Woodgee, who was on a continual improvement of reduction in carbon emissions over that period of time. So I think influencing is a big issue for local authorities, because if you look at the carbon emissions from local authorities over the 32 local authorities in Scotland, I think in the main it's about 2% of the carbon emissions. But we do have good forestry, we have a load of other things where we're looking at electric vehicles and things like that. So it's about reducing that. And again, it's not just about the carbon emissions either. There are other gases out there that we need to look at as well.
Thank you. David, you wanted to come back.
Yeah, I fully understand that we can play a leadership role when we want things to change. And I, for one, I'm really against us being a polluter, and we need to be efficient. And, you know, no doubt some of the decrease is in line with our budget decrease. But surely the bigger picture here is what is Dumfries and Galloway. And so have we measured that? Do we know Dumfries and Galloway's footprint at the moment? And what metric are we using? How will we know success when we see it? How are we already successful in transitioning towards a regional net zero carbon status?
Simon?
Thank you, Chair. I would need to go and get that information, as I do not have that to hand at this moment in time, Chair.
Because it has been mentioned before in council documentation that Dumfries and Galloway is already net carbon neutral.
I think we've heard that appears to have been an assessment in the past, but that has also changed. With forestry is naturally not a static industry. Dougie, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to help out, Councillor James, I mean, there's been a lot of fluctuation over recent years. There's been no sort of consistent pattern that we could have the confidence to say we are net zero. We've set a very ambitious target of 2025, but even if we were to find that next year we appear to be net zero, I'd be very reluctant to go down that line, because we'd need to compare that over subsequent years. But in terms of the wider influence, it'd also be useful for Councillor James to have a look at the Scottish Government's programme, which has some significant measures been put in place in relation to transport, be that vehicle, train or aircraft, and in relation to house building as well. But it'd be a very interesting read for him, I think.
Surely, we either know the situation today or we don't. May I ask Councillor Campbell whether we have figures? Because otherwise, how are we going to know success when we see it?
Diggy, you want to come back?
I don't think there's anything I could say that would alter how Councillor James feels about this particular topic.
Okay, I'm prepared to take part in this. I don't believe in the exercise, but if we're going to do it, let's do it properly. And if we don't measure where we are, how the hell are we going to know what we're doing?
Vice Chair.
Yeah, just maybe to help Councillor James, there's an annual figure that we get every year, which comes to a report, which I'm sure Simon will get to you and show you where we are at the moment with regards the carbon emissions and things like that. But we do have figures every year, and we've had to measure them every year for the last since 1994. So there is figures there, and I'm sure Simon will be able to pass them on to you.
Okay, we are going to the recommendations. Members, 2.1, we're asked to consider the Scottish Government consultation paper, Big Climate Conversation, etc. We have done that to some extent. 2.2, we're asked to note the consultation focuses on proposed changes to reporting and targets for public sector bodies to achieve zero direct emissions and reduced indirect emissions, etc. We intend to note that. 2.3 can be agreed, the draft council consultation response at Appendix 2. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the Vice Chair as I have interest in the next.
Okay, thank you very much. We now go on to item 14, which is Town Centre Capital Fund, a report by the Head of Economy and Development. This report provides members with the results of the due diligence assessment on projects seeking funding from the Town Centre Capital Fund. It also seeks our agreement to the shortlisted projects to be issued with offers of grants. Members will recall that Dumfries and Galloway was awarded £1.529 million as part of an overall national fund of £50 million with specified conditions and purposes to set out of the offer of grant from Scottish Government. This fund was to be used to bring forward transformative investments in town centres that will repurpose them to become more diverse, successful and sustainable. And an important aspect of the condition of fund is that funding is committed and spent within prescribed timescales. Now, Simon and Chris is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report, unless you've got anything to add to it, Simon?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, members. Katie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I'm going to repeat the same question that I've asked already in two other papers. Can we get clear tables? What is the total allocation? What is the recommendation? What have we got left? Because we're being asked to note various figures within a narrative, and actually for members of the public it's really important that the data is really clear there. But I'm also just looking for some clarification in the appendix. It has along the top of the table applicant, project title, etc., and then amount recommended. Is that supposed to say amount requested? And the reason why I've raised that is some of these are sitting at red, which are not progressing, but yet they've got an amount underneath that is the amount recommended. So it's just to confirm, is that meant to be amount requested?
Certainly, Chair. Yes, well, apologies, that is meant to be the amount requested.
Sean?
Thanks, Chair. I can remember back in September when we first got this report, I was encouraged to see a number of the projects coming from Annan, after the closure of Pennies and the task force team that we have in place. The one that I'm surprised, now that we've come to November, that the Victoria Halls complex is still at amber, and on the basis that the support required to ensure the project is delivered within the timescale. I can't really understand this because we have an Annan Solutions team in place. We have a project manager, an experienced project manager that's leading the project. We had identified timescales for the project to kick off in December, And it is quite time critical because at the moment, the Annan Solutions team are in place until March, but hopefully there'll be a 9-month extension of the work they have to do. But the Victoria Halls complex is, I would say, probably the largest economic and community regeneration project within Annan. It sits right in the town centre. It also houses the museum. So, 9 years ago, the council endorsed the Annan Master Plan, and within that there was developed options for the Victoria Halls, and that's still been ongoing. And then only this year, the finalised Annan Action Plan also endorsed this project. It's a council-owned building. I can't really see what would hold it up, and it seems to be, it fits the criteria for funding. The one concern I do have is that because it's council-owned and Solutions team work on behalf of the council, then when they tender for the feasibility work, it would have to adhere to the council procurement process of requiring 3 tenders. So on that basis, I have, before this meeting, written to the Chief Exec and other officers as well, just saying to you my on behalf of the Annan Regeneration Steering Group, my concerns that this project is not going forward at the moment, and I do feel that if we have to wait again until January for this to come back, then we might be near to the timescales, because I think the funding and the work, etc., has to be completed by September of 2020. So on that basis, what I would ask for the committee to consider is that to expedite the project, I would like if we could delegate to Steve and Simon to verify that the project can be delivered within the timescales, and if they are satisfied, they can extend that funding to the project. This is critical for Annan going forward and the DG12 area, and I don't want to miss this, what I think is a once-only opportunity to actually do something about this building in the middle of the town.
And did you want to come on the same point?
Yeah, it's on the same point, and it's Sean's put it across very well. But this Victoria Halls complex, it's been in the Annan Regeneration Master Plan for 9 years, as Sean correctly says. There's been significant stakeholder involvement already. It's on the back of losing pennies. We identified just over a year ago to put the Annan Solutions team in place. I've saw the project brief for this project. It's ready to go, and I fully support Sean's motion there, if that is a motion, to give delegation to Steve to push this forward and get this moving in the timescales that would allow it to be completed by September.
Before it comes to a motion, I'll bring some other members in first, and then we'll see what we can do with the recommendations, if that's okay with everybody. Ronnie, then Ian.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to pick out any particular application in here, but it's more of a general question about people that apply for feasibility studies. I think you mentioned it, Sean. When you apply for a feasibility study and you get an allocation of money, perhaps through a decision from this committee, how it affects other decisions that we've made. This committee, the last time, it made a decision to dispose of a property, and then this would obviously have to contribute to agreed revenue savings and capital receipts. Now, everyone knows that the capital receipts then go back in, and this is for the 2019-20 budget. Everybody knows that the capital receipts then go back into the change fund. Now, if this feasibility study then goes on to a community asset transfer, then the community asset transfer probably just will be for £1. If that decision is made, we can then put a feasibility study in, we can then make a decision not to accept that at council, but probably won't be accepted, which I agree with the project itself. But how do we make up these savings that we've actually agreed to twice, once in the budget and then once at this committee last time, we'd be put into the capital funding? How do we make that up? We're making decisions here that has an impact on other things that we've made decisions on. So is there any way to square the circle, if you want, to try, because we need the money to make the changes within the council to make us more efficient, but we're not putting any money into it. Do you want to answer that?
I think at the recent Finance Procurement Transformation Committee there was a number of CAT transfers requests, somewhere for value, so there was an offer, less than best consideration, but there was an offer in relation to the plans around some of that, and others, as you rightly reflect, can be for £1 or near nil value. I think it's important in considering this report, this is about the request for this. We're not considering the CAT within this today, or indeed if there is a CAT in future. I don't think colleagues from the officer group, in terms of the feasibility studies, are one of the permitted uses of the money that was provided by government and the criteria set by government, so we can spend it on that if members were so to approve that. But in terms of a future potential for a CAT, I think it would be difficult for members to take that into consideration on the basis of what's in front of you today, on the proviso that there may be something in the future. But the wider issue, I think, has been recognised by members is a difficult issue that we need to tackle around the targets that are in the capital strategy for capital receipts and the increasing applications for CAT transfers, which tend to be at a very low or nil value, and how do we square that assumption within the capital programme, the receipts the capital programme has set out, and indeed the council's ambitions around supporting communities and enabling them as well. So it is a difficult conundrum that we need to look at and examine more clearly. If the head of finance was here, he always has an answer around the capital receipts, in that he takes a 10-year view on them. So from year to year they can go up and down, and we benefit from maybe a sale that's much more than our anticipated receipt. And he looks at it over 10 years, and his reflection to me, even very recently, was that he's still confident that that's achievable, but we need to keep it under review.
Did you want to come back in at that point?
It was really just to give some reassurance to Councillor Nicholson that the Victoria Halls, there's no intention of a CAT in the foreseeable future. I think the main issue is that it's the largest community building within Annan. Annan's the third largest town. I don't know if you're asking about that or just generally about feasibility studies.
No, it's nothing to do with that, and it's nothing to do with that. There is applications in, and I understand where you're coming from here, but one of the issues you might want to look at as well is when we make a decision. We made a decision 2 months ago in this very same committee, and as I said, the specific wording was to contribute to capital receipts for the 2019-20 budget, which, it doesn't square with the feasibility studies putting money into something that might not take place, which is fair enough. And I'm all for these, but it's how we take that, how we actually, be real about things, have realistic figures about budget figures, about capital transfer, how that's going to add in. And if we don't have them realistic figures, we're not, whatever, over 10 years or whatever it is you're saying, we're in a series of changes over the past 5 years that's been huge, and we need the money in for the change funds. So if we can't get it that way, we need to look at another way of doing it, and whether that's a budget pressure or not, I don't know. An observation.
Thanks for that. Ian?
Chair, I think it's a good point that Councillor Nicholson's bringing up. I don't see it, I agree with Sean saying it doesn't align to Victoria Halls, but just to lend my support to Sean and Henry, Councillor Marshall and Councillor McClellan in regards to Victoria Halls and the statements that they're making in regards to that. I think Sean in particular, I have to give the credit to him in particular, because he has been beating his drum, Victoria Halls, for the last 10 years, I think, in particular. He's used every opportunity when it comes to actually levering any type of support, financial and otherwise, when it comes to making this particular project come into fruition, and let's see some manifestation there. But what we haven't heard was any We haven't got any, there's nothing within the report, I don't think, Simon, in regards to what the inhibitors actually are, what's slowing this down. And it is actually, I mean, I would support Sean in regards, and Henry is, as well as the seconder, I suppose, that we do, if we can't possibly expedite this process so we can make this quite a clear-cut decision and see this finance being resourced, put towards this project, totally support that. But what are the actual inhibitors really? Is it small things, is it just minutiae, or is it something major?
Okay, Chris.
Thank you. It was purely and simply just timing and basically crossing the T's, dotting the I's, just making sure that it was right. It was put in as amber with a sort of, we did want it to go ahead, but we just needed to sort of finalise a few things. It just wasn't actually, oven ready at that point.
Okay, I'll with Jim coming in, I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. The appendix, the award to the All Roads Lead to Whithorn group. I'm simply looking for confirmation that the group own the property.
I don't think they own all the roads leading to Whithorn, but they might.
That's something that I'll have to clarify.
If you could,
Ian, did you want to,
thank you.
Ian, did you want to come back in?
I just, the comment I've already, to me it sounds like it's went from amber to green, so happy to support that if that's the case. Yep.
Okay, there are other members, so if we go to the recommendation, I'll add in the recommendation, I think, with the decision to try and expedite this a bit faster for the Victoria Hall complex, if that's okay. Yeah. Did you want to come back in, Henry?
Yeah, it was just on Councillor Crothers' last comment there. Are we in a situation then that we can say that this is green now?
Yes.
Okay, in which case then, if we go to the recommendation, members, in 2.1, we'll ask to note the 25 due diligence submissions were received for Town Centre Capital Funding by deadline of 23rd October. 2.2, note that the following assessment against due diligence criteria set out in paragraph 3.5 of this report. Projects were assessed as having red, amber or green status as described. 2.3, note that the value of the grant request for projects assessed as having a green status is £1,324,172.
Chair, can I just ask?
Sorry?
Excuse me, Chair. Is that correct then if we've just upgraded one of the applicants to green? That figure, because the figure that's here is based on the figure in the report, not the verbal update figure that was just announced.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would need to obviously amend that figure to reflect if we're saying that's gone to green.
So we'll be amended that figure in 2.3. In 2.4...
sorry to interrupt again, but are any other that's at amber updated? Are any other applications that are at amber just now, like the one Sean was saying, being updated to green?
I think just to be safe here, we'll keep them at amber, but we'll expedite this through Steve and his team talking to the local members to make sure that this goes forward in January. Steve, are you going to come forward and suggest a few things?
Chair, thank you. No, it's just really to say that if members are happy to delegate to myself, then we can take forward some of these outstanding points of detail on the amber projects, and rather than delay bringing them back till January, we can just get them started, provided members are comfortable with that approach.
Okay, are members happy with that? Sean?
That was what I was wanting to kind of do. I mean, I guarantee that, it'll be looked at with committee, but we can't really, today change it from amber to green. The report says amber, and I think we've got the indication that it probably will go to green. We just need the officers to verify that and to check that, and then, so I'm happy, I'm comfortable with that.
So are members happy that we expedite that to Steve and his team to make sure that can go forward? Okay, so that would be under 2.4 as well. Yep. And 2.5, agree to receive options for allocation of any residual balances from the 1.52 million available at the meeting of this committee in January 2020. We're happy with that. Okay, thank you very much. We'll get the chair back in.
Okay, members, item 15, Reshaping Stranraer in the West Progress Report by Head of Economy and Development. This report provides an update on capital investment projects identified in the Reshaping Stranraer in the West Region Strategic Outline Programme. There's a wide range of activity and progress highlighted in the report, as well as information on next steps across a range of projects. We're also advised of further work on progressing community and stakeholder engagement, as well as the intention to provide a further report to this committee on that particular area of activity. Simon Fieldhouse and Melissa McGarry are here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Simon, Melissa, anything you'd like to add at this point?
Nothing to add at this time, Chair.
Also, just to record my thanks for you facilitating a visit by the Vice Chair and myself to have a look at the George Hotel for ourselves. Very helpful opportunity. No real substitute for seeing progress and the scale of the challenges with that particular building firsthand. That was much appreciated. Thank you. I'll open this to members' questions and comments. Andrew Giusti.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a number of questions, and I don't like getting parochial, but this is a very parochial report, so if you could indulge me a little bit. So my first question is about the smart group meetings, and in the sense of what the input of members should be, what's expected of us, what's expected of the smart group. But also there's another aspect of discussion from when the smart group was first made up, that there was going to be a reference group or something like that, or a stakeholders group separate to the smart group. And I'm just wondering, has that been set up? Who's in that, if that's been set up yet?
Okay. Melissa, are you going to take that on? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The smart group, the original mandate was to deliver on a member-led, officer-supported stakeholder engagement plan. It didn't make any reference in that plan to a smart group or any other particular group. It talked about working with a number of different organisations, community organisations across Stranraer. We understand that the meeting took place in March and that there was then interest expressed locally to set up a smart group. And then subsequent to that, a number of meetings were held which were at that point member-led, although that it's currently not member-led. There was discussion about a reference group to be established. As far as we're aware, that's not yet been established. So in order to move things forward, what we are now engaged in is putting together a more detailed plan in terms of the engagement that we plan to undertake in Stranraer so that we can develop that shared vision. It's important that when we are seeking to bring investment to Stranraer, that the community are seen to be speaking with one voice, and that's what we are going to be pulling together through consultations with a number of different stakeholder groups and organisations. We plan to bring a report on that to the next meeting of this committee.
Okay, Andrew, you want to come back?
So the report that's come back to this committee, will that be outlining the difference and the expectations of each of the groups, being the smart group and the reference group?
Melissa?
I think what it may be appropriate to do is to do some mapping as part of that report so that there's a clear picture of the groups that we need to engage with as part of that engagement process and to get some advice if there are any groups that we may have missed in that. We understand that the chairmanship of the smart group has now changed, and we would like to hear from the smart group what their aspirations are to be involved in the stakeholder engagement process and then reflect those back as part of the report that comes to this committee.
Thank you for that. Ian?
Thank you. Just on the same point, this has been covered, I think, in Arran South in particular a number of times, and when we go back to 2012, I think, try to get some kind of formal relationship between the council and potential regeneration steering groups. And I have advocated for a number of years that, listen, you've got a format in Annan Regeneration Steering Group that actually you could lay that anywhere, any settlement in Dumfries and Galloway, and it works. So you've got, whether it's a smart group, whether it's whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, but you've got a franchise that you could just apply right here, right now, and off it would go. And it wouldn't grow arms and legs. It would be very, very constructive in regards to any particular regeneration project or even a wider strategic within that particular area. Just to re-emphasise, after hearing obviously what Melissa said on the back of Andrew's questions, I think it's something worth just emphasising again. We maybe need to, I don't know if it's this committee or put it to the Standing Order Subcommittee, whatever it may be, or the Review Standing Order Subcommittee, it's something we need to, it needs to be put into place and formalised. There's a simple solution to this.
Okay, Melissa, any comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, quite correct. There are a number of different approaches to this. Annan Regeneration Steering Group is a very solid example and a very successful example of having organisations working together. Langham have recently demonstrated a slightly different model where they've come together as a Langham Alliance and a steering group that's produced a shared vision and an action plan which was launched last week. In Dumfries, it's a partnership group that's been established, Dumfries Partnership Action Group, and obviously we are looking to respond to how local stakeholders, what their views and aspirations are in terms of the best method for engagement. So we need to take that into account when we're bringing forward our engagement proposals for members to consider.
Okay, Katie and then Sean.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a fair summary to say that I'm a fairly enthusiastic and positive person by nature. However, I am disappointed in what's happening at Stranraer, and this goes back to the fact that in 2017, when I first became elected, there was a team working on this. That team then changed and we had 2 new lead officers. That team's now gone. I'm now sitting just 2 years later and we're now on our 3rd team. And it almost feels a way that we're slightly going backwards. And the fact that, looking back on the documents here, we're going back to 2004. So, you know, I'm concerned that we're not getting a grip of this. That being said, it's great that we've just agreed that there's funding for a feasibility study for the water sports. That's great going forward. And certainly in a future item that we're going to come to, looking at the Crown Estate Scotland, there's a question there about, do we agree in terms of support for the blue economy, which this absolutely covers. And my question would be, have you fed into that? Because this whole project covers the blue economy, for those that may not be aware, covers all activities related to, or economic activities related to ocean, seas and coasts, of which Stranraer is. So going back to the report in front of us, we're agreeing to receive further reports. It was agreed at EE and I that myself as Vice Chair of the Area Committee and the Chair of Area Committee, along with the Chair and Vice Chair of EEI, would receive monthly updates. Now, I don't think there's been 1 month in the 18 months that was put through that we've ever received the monthly updates coming through. And it's a plea really that can we get this brought together. And I appreciate that yourself as lead officers currently have not been the lead officers, but at what point, I guess it's a plea that we're not going to be sitting here in 6 months or a year's time with a new team taking this forward with a new plan, because actually Stranraer is a fantastic place. We've got a huge amount of resources. There is a commitment from this council as well as Scottish Government, and there's lines in the borderlands. You know, we all want to get this moving forward, and can we just please ensure that we do keep moving this forward and we actually find a solution to some of these issues that have been raised that aren't necessarily going to be massive problems, because there are ways through it and there are opportunities here that we need to grasp. So I guess it's really a question, and if you haven't fed into the consultation, can you please ensure that we do feed into that, because our blue economy, especially in terms of Stranraer, is hugely important.
Okay, Simon, do you want to take
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the last point, yes, we will make sure that obviously these monthly briefing notes are back on track and obviously inform all parties as to the progress being made with Stranraer. In relation to the consultation that Councillor Hagman references, obviously later on with regard to the Crown Estates, there has been engagement in relation to an input from the team, but we will go back and obviously revisit to ensure that it's robust enough.
Okay, appreciate the undertaking regarding the regular updates. I think that will be appreciated. Sean, you were next.
Yeah, just on the general point, I've seen the former chair of EEI, nodding his head as well. There's still an action on economic regeneration from the council. There's a council action with regards to, I think it was raised last year at EEI, when we identified that the key economic priority areas for the region, namely at the time was Upper Nithsdale, Stranraer, Dumfries Town Centre and Annan. We agreed that there would be a piece of work to look at what would be the most appropriate economic regeneration vehicle, and then use or apply that to these areas to see if that worked. So whether it be a community trust, whether it be a SKIO, etc. But that's a piece of work I think is fundamental going forward with regards to all these areas and any other priority areas such as Langham that's came up, that we need to actually have a model that we're sure can work, has the ability to probably raise or tap into external funding. So I think it's a piece of work that there's an action already on. So we maybe just need to kind of re-emphasise that and focus again, because the Annan Regeneration Steering Group model has basically got constitution, but isn't a SKIO, isn't a regeneration trust. And I know that Annan Solutions team, part of the Annan Action Plan, is to look at what kind of economic regeneration vehicle will be delivered going forward to allow the action plan to go forward after the Solutions team is actually finished and is away from the region. So I think it's something that would benefit all parts of the region, specifically the key priority parts of the region.
Thank you, Sean. Melissa, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I think our approach is reflecting a recognition that each community is different. In some communities, there's one main community actor, one mature community organisation that has the capacity, the willingness and the support of the community to take forward key projects. In some communities, it's a number of different community actors. And what we try and do through the work that we're engaged in is support those different community organisations with their projects to help getting them the funding that they need to get. We'd certainly recognised in Annan that the next stage was to have an incorporated community organisation. Perhaps if there was a willingness for the Regeneration Steering Group to make that next step, then that would be an ideal step forward for us to be able to help support a mature community partner to take forward a number of projects, or to act as an umbrella organisation to take forward a number of projects. There are different models. There's a different model, for example, up in Kellerholm. There's a different model in Dumfries, where there's a number of organisations who wish to take forward projects. I think what our role is to try and empower these as far as we can, and where we particularly specialise as a team is to help get their projects to a state of maturity that they can get the investment that they need to go forward.
I understand that. That's more of where we are at the moment. I think the action was taken by Jan Faulkner at the time was to go away and look at and see if there was commonality across the region so that we can develop that. So if we look back at the minutes, we can probably find there's an action there. And all I'm asking is that that action now needs to be developed and taken forward. If one size doesn't fit all, that's fine. But we as councillors need to be informed of what the different models are in place, and we can take a decision to see, whether or not it'll benefit the region going forward, that we have an ideal model, or whether or not there's different models for different places. Yep. But the better work needs done.
It may very well be that, given the unique nature of our region, that we do conclude that one size won't fit all. But I'll bring Lorna in on that point.
Thanks for reminding us of the action, Councillor Marshall, and I think it is something we will take forward. Resources are very tight in economic development. There's a number of calls on the resources at the moment. There's a number of, in a good way, there's a number of people wanting to give us money to distribute within the local region, and we're trying to do that as effectively as possible and move forward on borderlands and support things like the convention and new regional economic partnerships. So we'll look at that and we'll come back to members about a plan to be able to do that work. We're also mindful of the new agency being established and how they'll relate to local communities and local ambition. And we'd want to make sure that their resources can be applied to that kind of work as well. So we'll come back, we'll look at it, and we'll come back and give you some further advice.
Thank you for that. That's much appreciated, Lorna. Andrew Giusti, you want to come back in?
Well, thank you, Chair. I've got quite a number of questions on different aspects of the report. I'm going to go on to the George Hotel now. One thing that I'm seeing is that there's good work going on in the George. We've seen the roof come off. It's going to be made safe, and the road's going to be open for, I believe, it's at the 27th of December, which is all brilliant news, and the communication with the community is better. But one of the aspects is phase 2. Work has begun to develop a first stage business case. I mean, I thought we had a business case before we bought it. I'm pretty sure there was plans before then. And because I remember reading aspects of the document, and it was talking about what we were going to do to get rid of, I can't remember what the word was, joblessness, that was it. This is the first time I experienced that word. But also what I'm not seeing is any kind of plan B. So if we don't have any strategic case at the end of this, after we've spent money, at what point do we go, let's say it'll cost 6 million to restore it to its former glory, what point do we go, well actually it's not worth spending that money for the outcome of, we don't know if there is going to be an outcome. Is there any point at when we bring this back, when's this, have we got a paper coming back to give us the full detail?
Okay, Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. That's precisely what the business case will tell us. So the strategic outline case is the first stage of doing that work. So what we will start to do is be very clear about what it is that we're actually trying to achieve at the George Hotel site or building, and looking at a number of options in which we might realise that, and what are the relative costs and benefits of doing that. So the strategic outline case will do that. I note what you say in terms of reference to previous business case. I think that what was referred to was the funding application. It may have been called a business case, but it was a funding application that originally went to the Scottish Government some years ago, which at that stage talked about end use in fairly broad terms. And I think what we need to do now is make sure that the end use or the potential opportunities for end use at the George Hotel are properly captured and quantified, and that they also dovetail with what the local community and other stakeholders, what their ambition is for Stranraer, and how this building, how its use and its end use could contribute and deliver towards that ambition. The approach that we're taking is proposing to take is best practice. It's the Green Book approach, and it's a rational approach, and what it will also do is, where we require to identify further investment sources, it will provide us with evidence base that will strengthen any case that we want to make to funders.
Okay. Andrew, you want to come back?
So before I go on to my next question, I'll just summarise then what I'm thinking from that response, and that's a case of, I think we should maybe think to next time we've got a pot of money opening up at Scottish Government level, before we actually shoot the shotgun and try and hit something with an application that's maybe tailored just so that we get the money, when we've not actually got a clear outcome of what we want to do with the money, and then we just make stuff up on the cuff, in a sense, to actually get that money. I think we need to have a clearer plan of what we're going to do in the end use. And I've spoke with the officers before, and they know my thoughts on that. So my next question comes on to the Stranraer Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme. And my question is around the numbers and the stats. I've not heard much in Stranraer about the scheme. From what I'm getting, a lot of people who've applied for the scheme have been denied. Well, not denied it, but they've not met the criteria. So the question is, was the criteria correct for the area? Was it correct for the people of Stranraer, for the ambitions of Stranraer? I requested information back at an area committee back in February. I don't believe I've had the information that I requested, and it just seems to have died a death. I don't hear anything about this conservation regeneration.
Okay, Steve.
Chair, yes, thank you. The the project or the Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme comprises a number of different components, including 2 or 3 kind of flagship building projects together with a grant program. So is it if it's the grant program that you would like an update on, then I can certainly arrange for you to get the figures in terms of the numbers of inquiries that we've had, the numbers that have been considered, and the amount of grants that have been awarded. In terms of the criteria, these are very much preset by Historic Scotland, because we have to bear in mind that the whole purpose of the fund is to regenerate the conservation area. So it's very much about trying to encourage and promote conservation standard restoration and repair and so on of properties. So that's where the criteria come from.
Okay, perhaps if that could be circulated to all members of the committee, that would be useful. Andrew, you want to come back?
So, Chair, I would like to thank Steve for that response. That's exactly the information I'm looking for. But again, going back to what I said earlier on, again, we went for pots of money that don't meet the ambitions of the people of Stranraer, because obviously the criteria is too difficult. Well, they're not meeting the criteria. I mean, they're not meeting getting the money. So it just seems like a wasted exercise at the end of it.
I think we're theorising ahead of the evidence before we see the data from Steve. However, if you have another question, I'm happy for you to continue.
So my next question is about the clock tower, and it was just an update on the clock tower and the situation. I believe that the Development Trust may have pulled out of taking over the clock tower in this year. Can I get an update on that, please?
Simon, you provide an update
Chair.
regarding the Harbour Master's Office?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had a conversation with colleagues within Property and Architectural Services. We'd been approached by the Stranraer Development Trust back in July this year with a view that they wanted to look at occupancy as quick as possible. So a lease was developed through colleagues within our team, and obviously we looked at providing that to the Stranraer Development Trust. Since supplying them with the lease information and the rental required, it's gone very, very quiet. I can't confirm whether they've completely withdrawn or whether they're waiting for further input in terms of their financial stability.
That you? Okay.
That's me, thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, if there are no further comments or questions, we'll go to the recommendations. And just with one observation, that when I joined the council, we were preparing for Stena to leave. It was in 2007. It seems like an awful long time ago. Everybody here wants to make this work and to get the job done. Or regeneration of this nature is never necessarily finished, but to certainly make substantial progress in the time we have remaining, particularly in this administration. If we can go to the recommendations, 2.1, are we content to note the progress outlined in the report? 2.2, agree to receive a further report at the next meeting of this committee detailing revised arrangements for community and stakeholder engagement plan as set out in paragraphs 3.4 and 3.5, and the programme of development work for phase 2 of the George Hotel as set out in paragraph 312. Content? Stephen?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just having listened to that debate there, and it seems clear that what seems to be, there's a lot of challenges within this report, right, and I know we've just done the recommendations, but there seems to be just what is a simple request for a monthly update, which seems to be one of the most difficult things to provide, and I'm just thinking, while all the complexities of funding landscapes and business cases and feasibility studies and user groups and all the rest of it is a movable feast, if you like, in terms of difficulty, the one thing that we can do is just something like this report would almost serve to address those bullet points under 3.1. Like, here's all the elements of the sort of strategic plan as we see it. Can we just send it out to the chair and vice chair or the area committee or whoever once a month, as we previously, and I've sat in this committee not as a ward member, not as a area committee member, but as a representative of this council. This is one of our priorities, and it concerns me that we can't provide a monthly update to the appropriate people. So if that's either an action or embedded in the recommendation, I'd be pleased, or an additional recommendation. I don't know.
So that's already been, the undertaking's been given that that'll be taken away and that'll be addressed. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item 16, which is the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Reserve Progress Report by Head of Economy and Development. This report updates committee on the activities delivered by the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere and the delivery of services in the service level agreement between the Council and the Biosphere. The Council plan highlights the role of the Biosphere in capitalising and developing our unique tourism assets. Anna Johnson and Simon Fieldhouse are here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Is there anything that either of you would like to add at this point?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we'll move straight to members' questions and comments. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. As previously stated at the start of the committee this morning, I do sit on the board of the Biosphere, so although we're just noting this report and no decisions are being made, I just want to add that actually sitting on the Biosphere is one of the most enjoyable outside bodies that I go to, and the work that's undertaken and the different projects that are being developed by the Biosphere, as detailed in the report, are wide and varied. I would just add that myself, along with Anna, were involved with the learning exchange with the international partners from Finland, where we did get the opportunity to go to North Karelia. And we've had a previous item about the similarities between ourselves and Antrim in the north of Ireland. There's so many overlaps between ourselves and our Biosphere community in North Karelia, and even down from the infrastructure to issues with bus timetabling and trains, to the fact that they've got their own businesses that reflect businesses that we have. So I would just like to endorse what a fantastic organisation is and the work that they're doing under the Biosphere is. And obviously, if members have questions, we've got officers here to answer. But I just wanted to reiterate that this is one of the most positive outside bodies that we have, I believe, within the Council. So I'd just like to thank the officers for the support in that.
Thank you, Katie. Any other members' comments or questions? Okay, in that case, we'll move straight to recommendations. 2.1, we're asked to note progress in the delivery of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Strategic Plan, as detailed in the Progress Report Appendix 1. Are we content to note that? And at 2.2, to note the current range of activities, work areas, and priority activities for the next 12 months. Are we content to note that? Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Item 17 is the Economic Development Asset Class Capital Programme 2019-20 Monitoring Report by Head of Economy and Development. This report provides information on the quarterly monitoring of the Economic Development Asset Class as at 30th September 2019. Within this monitoring update, we are advised of potential unspent funding allocated to the Upper Nithsdale Gateways project, and our consideration, our request to agree to allocate this to other aspects of the Upper Nithsdale Regeneration Programme. Also asked us to consider committing an allocation of funding to the Langham Town Centre Improvement Scheme in support of the ambitions of the Langham Alliance's Community Action Plan. Melissa and Simon are here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Is there anything that you would like to add?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we'll go swiftly to members' comments and questions. And even more swiftly to the recommendations in that case. Well, Vice Chair, I beg your pardon. Please carry on.
I was the same, by the way. I forgot to keep turning right and looking at Andrew when he was Vice Chair as well. Can I just say, Chair, that obviously the Langham Action Plan is now up and running, and there's a lot of support out there for it. It also sort of, I think, complements a lot of other things that have actually been going on in Langham as well. We've had the Eskdale, I'm trying to remember the name of it now. I'm looking at Ronnie Tate. The group that we sat on, the Eskdale. No, the one where the NHS and all that were involved in. The Eskdale Reference Group, sorry, there they are. There's that many things went on in Langham in the last 10 years. It's been unbelievable. Community consultations and all that, which started off, you remember, only with the Cadispa thing all those many years ago. So just to say that it's a good report, and let's get on with it, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Henry, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, just wondering what the controls are on the 60,000 budget. I've seen situations in the past where it was very easy to obtain a quotation for X £1,000 of work to guarantee, sitting alongside guaranteed match funding, when the real value of the work was the grant money. So I'm just wondering how we're going to scrutinise and control that and make sure that the applications that are coming in are real world applications in terms of the spend.
Okay, Melissa?
This scheme is slightly different from the one that was operated by Dumfries and Galloway Council, and that it's been operated at arm's length by SURF. However, we are advising them on the approach to administering the scheme and to minimise the risk of fraud. One of the things, the measures that we put in place with the council scheme that we operated a few years ago was, as well as 2 quotes being provided as part of the application, that there was an assessment made and verification was undertaken of the application. And then once the work was actually carried out, there was verification of that as well, in order to determine that the value of the project and the actual expenditure that was being stated in the grant form was the value of work that was actually carried out.
Okay. So we'll go to the recommendations, members. So at 2.1, we're asked to note expenditure under the Economic Development Asset Class from April to September 2019, as set out in Appendix 1. Are we content to note that? At 2.2, note the progress updates on projects set out in Appendix 2. Content to note that. At 2.3, agree that any unspent balances from the Upper Nestdale Gateways project should be allocated to the Upper Nestdale Regeneration Programme, and that proposals for investment of these balances should be brought forward for consideration by this committee in January 2020. We intend to agree with that. At 2.4, confirm that the allocation of £60,000 agreed in principle at the Economy and Resources meeting in September 2019 for a town centre project in Langham from this year's Block B of the Economic Development Asset Class Capital Programme should now be offered to SURF as a capital grant to enable delivery of the Langham Town Centre Improvement Scheme as set out in Appendix 3, and in accordance with the ambitions set out in Langham Alliance's Community Action Plan as detailed in paragraph 3.7. Are we happy to confirm that? Thank you. Item 18 is the Dumfries and Galloway Council responses to consultations on the Scottish Crown Estate Draft Strategic Management Plan and the Crown Estate Scotland Draft 2020 to 2023 Corporate Plan, report by Director Economy and Resources. This report seeks our agreement to respond to the consultations on the Scottish Crown Estate Draft Strategic Management Plan and their Corporate Plan. Scottish Crown Estate have a number of interests in our region, as highlighted in paragraphs 3.3 and 3.4 of the report, and I welcome the opportunity to provide a response to their strategic plans. Simon Fieldhouse is not here. Andrew Reid, on the other hand, is, to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Is there anything you'd like to add at this point?
Nothing at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Move straight to members' questions and comments. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. So having read through this, there's a couple of things that I would like to be considered for being added to in the appropriate way as part of the response, and one of them is really just relating to community asset transfers and community employment legislation. Obviously, it does refer to the Crown Estate Scotland Draft 2020-2023 Corporate Plan on page 371 at 3.10, and it's effectively in the process of becoming or being a public sector body. So with that in mind, I think it's worth saying, even if it's implicit or not, but to make it explicit that we would want that to line up in terms of the other pieces of legislation that govern how they dispose of assets, for example, or if there's a community asset transfer or things like that, or at least give us a response on how we might deal with that or address that in future. And especially in regard to the Applegirth Estate, which is one of the 4 land assets in Scotland, and that's, I think, almost entirely in Annandale North Ward, which is of interest to the ward members there. Along with that, I know the focus of this might be coastal, and it's been touched on already in terms of the benefit from the fund that might arise from that. There's 26 local authorities, I think, stand to benefit from the coastal revenues of the Crown Estate because they have a coast, and other areas don't. We are one of, I think, 4 areas that would benefit from purely having a land asset, so which is completely within our own boundary, if you like. So on the same logic, it'd be nice to think that we would realise all the revenues and benefits of that particular asset within our own local authority area. Again, maybe we could ask what the detail might be and how those monies might be delivered. So it's really just to somehow capture that in the appropriate form. There's a lot of things that are explicit, but I'm thinking of capital receipts from the sale of an asset from Applegirth Estate might not currently have much regard for whether or not there might be a community benefit or a community group interested in taking that on at a less than best consideration, for example. And there's also things to do with whether or not some of that land might be suitable for, given our LDP, etc., if there's an alignment with that, because there may be opportunities for revenues from wind development, for example, in the right and appropriate places. So if that could be captured. Thank you.
Okay. Did you manage to get all that, Andy?
I think I've got most of it. I'm quite happy to put that within focusing on the community asset transfer and how we making sure that they're aware of how that's going to happen in the future for the community benefit. How the Applegirth Estate specifically, how much of that income will we get, or will that be distributed, and the capital receipts from any sale of assets from this point forward. Yep. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Dougie?
Thanks, Chair. I promise this is the last time I'm going to mention climate change. I'm just wondering if, bearing in mind the conversation we had earlier on about working with partners, and there is reference in the supporting information for the consultation to the Scotland's climate change plan, could we perhaps add in reference to our hope that Crown Estates will work in partnership with us in terms of our priorities in relation to climate change, biodiversity and the natural world?
I thought it was your job to mention climate change at every opportunity.
I bore myself sometimes.
Do you think we can incorporate that as well?
Yeah, happy to incorporate. We'll use it in the end section to emphasise our commitment to the climate change emergency.
Okay, that's appreciated. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I've referenced this item previously and the other items, and I've also referenced the fact that we're being asked to comment on consultations. Now, that note that this was first put out in August, and this is us now looking at it. So again, my point has been made previously about asking for member feedback. But one of the things that I'm just interested in is on page 394, it makes reference to the strategic objective 1 to support the expansion of the blue economy, but it also mentions energy and infrastructure, and it puts down there that we slightly agree with that. Now, and forgive me if this is not for the council to comment on. However, I notice on page 387, it makes reference to the fact that the energy and infrastructure team covers seabed leasing for renewables. And I'm aware that we have the site at Chapel Cross. I'm aware that there's been conversations had about potential for tidal energy at Chapel Cross. And my question is, does this consultation affect that area? And obviously we, as one of the lead stakeholders with the Chapel Cross development site, may be looking at that in the future. I'm just wondering, have all these issues been looked at? And if they haven't, it might not be appropriate, and that's fine. But if they haven't and they are, is there any way to feed in? I'm just conscious that we're just slightly agreeing with that. And in fact, looking at the coastline, we've got huge opportunities with our coastline and the potential for future energy and renewable energy, but building on our climate work that we're doing as the region. So is it slightly agreeing, or should that be more of a priority? I don't know. I guess that's my question is, why have we only got that slightly?
Okay, Andy?
I'm comfortable to move it to agree strongly. We put out the consultation to officers across the council. It came back with agree slightly. Given the conversations that have happened today, the points that have raised earlier within the meeting, and the climate elements of the coastal, I'm more than happy to adjust that to reflect strongly.
Sean?
Just for clarity, really, just what Katie said, I think that it's the Solway Barrage scheme, which I think the only reference to Chapel Cross would be that maybe connection to the grid there. Aye, yeah.
Okay, so members, with that, are we content to go to the recommendations? We've been asked to review and agree the draft response at Appendix 1 on the Scottish Crown Estate Draft Strategic Management Plan. I beg your pardon, that's Appendix 2. A summary extract included as Appendix 1. And also the draft response at Appendix 4 on the Crown Estate Scotland Draft 2020-2023 Corporate Plan, summary extract included as Appendix 3. And we've provided some further comment to Andy, which he will incorporate. We're all content with that, members? Thank you. Thank you. Item 19 is the Employability Service Review, No One Left Behind Delivery Model, report by Head of Economy and Development. This report sets out proposals for delivery of No One Left Behind and parental employability support funding in line with the Scottish Government Plan for Integration and Alignment of Employability Support Scotland. Members' agreement is requested to the approach outlined in the report to implement this funding stream within Dumfries and Galloway. Steve Rogers has joined me here to respond to any questions members may have, along with Peggy Taylor and Melanie McEwen. Welcome both. Is there anything that any of you would like to add to the report at this point? Okay, in that case, we'll move straight to members' questions and comments. David.
One thing that affects employability, particularly amongst the young, is the inability to rely on the bus services. They can be at the wrong times, but they frequently break down, and then people lose their jobs and end up with bad references. What are we doing to address that problem?
Possibly not one for the Employability Service, but Steve, I'll bring you in.
Chair, I think the issue of transport and connectivity is one that's been recognised by SOSEP and is something that will be addressed as we go forward through the Regional Economic Partnership and the convention together with the agency. So I think there is a recognition amongst all partners that transport is very much a significant issue. The purpose of this report is really to focus on the future direction of travel for our own internal employability service and to set out the interventions that we currently make to help people into employment or other positive outcomes and to set out how we propose to organise that support in the future, bearing in mind changes in the way in which government support for employability is going to be channeled in the future.
Okay. I wanted to ask at paragraph 3.8 because you don't get off that lightly. The report says that delivery will have to consider alignment with the work undertaken by Skills Development Scotland and partners in the South of Scotland Economic Partnership to deliver the Regional Skills Investment Plan, as well as Borderlands and the South of Scotland Enterprise Development. I mean, it rightly references that there's a lot of moving parts at the moment and quite a lot of new structures and I guess new plans coming into place. I was kind of looking maybe to get a steer from you on how you think that is developing, specifically as your service is concerned, and if you feel that you've got the right levels of engagement and involvement in all this work as it's gathering pace.
Well, I think in the paper it outlines that we're very fortunate that Lynn Burgess, the Manager of Employability and Skills, sits on the local alignment group for the Scottish Government on this. But we've also been doing a lot of work, as we have always done, working collaboratively through the local employability partnership. And I know that just recently the community planning partners have agreed a relook at that structure of that and how that sits in with South of Scotland and borderlands.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Members, we'll go to the recommendations. At 2.1, we're asked to note the approach required to integrate and align employability and skills support as detailed in paragraphs 3.1 to 3.9. Are we content to note that? At 2.2, to agree to a supported transition from the delivery of the employability and skills element of the current economic inclusion programme to the new funding model as outlined in sections 4 and 5. And finally, to agree to the new employability model delivered locally in support of council priorities and commitments via the outcomes required within the No One Left Behind and parental employability support grant funding streams matched to European social funding as detailed at paragraph 5.4. We could tend to agree that. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Members, item 20 is the Economy and Resources Revenue Budget Monitoring Report 2019-20 for the period ending 30th September 2019. This report gives members an overview of the financial performance of services within the Economy and Resources Directorate for the period to end of September 2019. I'm pleased to note the improved projected position for the services and that with the continued support of staff and clear direction from senior officers, a balanced budget is forecast overall. Thomas Alder is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Is there anything you'd like to add? Okay, we'll go straight to questions, members. I take it that there are then no questions. In that case, we'll move swiftly to recommendations. It has been a long day. Can we note 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? Thank you. Thank you. Members, item 21, the Property and Buildings Other Asset Class Capital Programme 1920 Monitoring Report. This report provides members with an update on the progress of the capital programme for the non-schools property and buildings asset class for the second quarter of 2019-20. Paul McCulloch is here to respond to any questions members may have on the report. Paul, is there anything you'd like to add?
Nothing to add, Chair, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Paul. We'll open up to members' questions and comments. David.
When is the appropriate time or committee within which we would discuss our investment in the garage and our rent of the premises there? Probably not now, but is it something that's taken care of by another committee?
Paul?
So in terms of key investment decisions going forward, well, both investment and disinvestment, we have a strategic asset board which sit and discuss these matters along with developing the council's asset management strategy. So any property that we're looking to invest in or indeed disinvest in, the matters will be discussed there in the first instance, and any decision that then needs to come from that will be reported through the relevant committee.
Right.
Does that help, David?
Well, yes, it did help. And that board is composed of whom, may I ask?
Paul?
So the board is chaired by the director, and there are various officers from across the council that are involved in that strategic asset board.
Right. So unless they felt there was a need, it wouldn't necessarily come to this or any other committee.
I would suggest that any decision to either invest or disinvest falls within the council's policy in terms of acquisition or disposal. Therefore, we would have to seek members' approval.
Right. So if that committee thought that the status quo was fine, we'd never see it.
So in terms of strategic asset board, if they took the decision that the building was to be retained, then there would be no member decision required. However, as we move forward, one of the changes we're looking to make is that we're looking to develop a corporate asset management strategy for the council. And the intention is that we will bring that on an annual basis to members
in order that members are updated on all of our property decisions, all of our intentions in the short, medium and longer term, in order that that's fully articulated.
Could I welcome that? That sounds like a much healthier position to be in.
Yes, actually, I appreciate that and I agree with it. Okay, members, any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll go to the recommendations. At 2.1, we're asked to note the financial and physical progress of projects within the asset class, which is currently forecast to utilise the full allocation as reflected in the appendix. Can we note that? And also at 2.2, agree the project variances across the programme as identified in the appendix. Are we content to agree those? Okay. Thank you, Paul. Members, item 22 is the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme 2019-20 Monitoring Report. This report provides members with an update on the progress of the capital programme for the ICT Business Systems Asset Class for the second quarter of 2019-20. Graham McAlorum is here to respond to any questions members have on the report. Graham, is there anything that you'd like to add to it?
Only to note to members that while the level of expenditure at 30th September looks relatively low, that's in line with our expenditure profile, which seeks to make best use of end of calendar year discounts from our suppliers and the transformation programme going forward.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Members, any questions or comments? Archie?
Thanks very much, Chairman. The question about cyber security protection. Obviously, there has been some cyber attacks on public services across the UK over the past couple of years. I just wanted to know how secure our protection is. Obviously, it changes day to day with regard to cyber breaks.
Chair, we keep our cyber security protection up to date, quite often on a daily basis. The Council, as with all other local authorities, is subject to attack on a daily basis. Our level of security is such that we haven't had any of those attacks get through, which is what you normally see, like the Health Board one a couple of years back. That was an attack that got through the firewalls. We keep our firewalls up to date. In fact, we're in the process of renewing as part of the expenditure programme. So everything's kept up to date. We're assessed annually by the National Cyber Security Centre, which is the PSN that you've heard talk about before, and the Scottish Government are now introducing a Cyber Security Essentials Plus classification as well. So we're at Cyber Security Essentials, and we're working towards the Plus classification.
Thank you, Graham. Henry?
Thank you, Chair. Graham, we had a paper earlier on this afternoon relating to North Lanarkshire Council and the potential for North Lanarkshire Council to be tapping into our system. Are there any capital implications associated with that that's at this point maybe unidentified?
Chair, at the minute there are no capital implications. We have two options to help building control to do the extra piece of work they need. One of those is to provide staff at North Lanarkshire with our remote access type laptops. And what we would do is we would reuse some of the ones we've got. The other alternative is both of the authorities are on the National SWAN network, so we can we'll ask SWAN to take a look to see if we can make that automatic connectivity so that North Lanarkshire employees can go through the SWAN network and onto our planning system.
Okay, David?
I think it was at a community asset transfer seminar that we were shown a software that would cost about £2,000 a year that could compare a range of hard and soft factors to, one instance would be, let's say the market value of a building was £500,000 and let's say we were proposing transferring it for £1, but they might be able to show there was £600,000 worth of social benefit or something like that. The equation would look good. And I think it received a positive reception at the seminar, and it was alluded to that this could be used across a wide range of council decision makings. Did we acquire that software? And what scope do you think there is to integrate it in other decision making, or is it perhaps not a good avenue to go down?
I'm not aware of the package, to be honest. I don't recall being at that seminar, so there is a package for consultation and analysis, a product called Console, which is being sponsored by COSLA. I don't think that would be appropriate for looking at community asset costs, but I was looking to see if Paul was still here, so I'll speak to my colleagues and see what that package was and get back to members.
If I may, in general, you're saying there are packages out there, and do you think they are helpful in making decisions?
Chair, as with most of these packages, the issue is about the configuration and how they're set up. If they're set up properly, then absolutely, they're beneficial. But again, that depends very much on the parameters that the package looks at. So it's an open question almost.
Okay, Archie, you want to come in? Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something else about the cyber security. Can we check this before the antivirus status falls down? Yeah,
there's somebody coming down later on today.
Okay, Leader.
Yes, the report makes reference to smarter working, including mobile and agile. And although we're making some progress on that as a council, I think there's still, and many of us believe there's still quite a way to go, that we don't yet have the capability of using mobile or enabling people to Skype in here, for example, or into the main meeting room. Now, if we actually invested in some of that, it would mean that members didn't have to travel for seminars and could take part in various activities without having to travel. Also, that members of staff, because members of staff come to meetings in committee room too, that they might not have to travel, and that would also save both money and carbon from the emissions from people travelling around. I just wondered if you could give us any sort of update on what progress we're going to make in actually building on what we have done, and I think it's very welcome what's been done in the members' rooms, but what progress are going to make on building on that and enabling smarter working more widely within this building and others.
Okay, Graham.
Chair, yes, you're aware that the members' group rooms have been enabled. We're currently working with the suppliers of the systems in here to try and do the same here and to link the chamber in STRANRAER to make it part of the same system. So there's a few technical issues around making a remote room act in the same way as this one does, but I don't think they're insurmountable. Most staff who have laptops and so on and so forth have the Skype technology built into that. So staff are able to video conference between themselves and externally, as can members. So I think the next piece of work around the video type environment is to look at this room and the one in STRANRAER. And when we do that, we'll build in something for the seminars that are held here as well.
Thank you, Graham. Sean?
Yeah, it's on the same point. It's just with the relationship, because we have some of the infrastructure in place now, but certainly I happened to just through work, I had to kind of view a North Ayrshire Council. It was a full council meeting, it lasted about 4 hours, but it was broadcast live. And there was a lot of people there, but there's also a lot of people that wanted to attend could actually view it live. So, I mean, a lot of other local authorities actually broadcast their committee meetings. And as I said, there's quite a healthy viewing population. As you see now, there's hardly anyone from the public galleries come here, but it's a way that a lot of other local authorities are going as well. So, and especially for members as well, if they want to actually view one of the other committees but can't make it to Dumfries. So I just wonder where we are with that, because we seem to be lagging behind other local authorities.
Okay, great.
Chair, the answer to that is, as part of the look at what we do here, we're looking at the streaming element as well. So I'm hoping that's going to be implemented in the next, probably by the end of January, I would think.
Just in time for the budget. David?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. I don't see why that should be beyond us. I just wanted to point out that that camera today has been pointing at the top of the room and showing some dust that needs to be cleaned up, but not our heads.
Okay, members, we'll go to the recommendations. We're asked to note the financial and physical progress of projects at 30th September 2019 within the ICT Business Asset Class Programme for 2019-20, which is currently forecast to utilise full allocation as reflected in the appendix. Are we happy to note that? Great. Members, I have no urgent business, so thank you very much for your attendance and input, and quite a long day, but one of which we dealt with quite a lot of important business.